Roxanne said find someone. Annalise has staff, so she won't be here. Madeline should be here. I don't have anything. Mary. Like he's here. Yeah. Bruno. I don't. Okay, there's some more. I will. Okay, I'll just pull up these.
Oh, you lost. We'll see. Okay, by the time council starts. Okay, no, during council. You tired? Yeah.
Okay.
Fine.
Okay.
But then you're at 0 out of 2.
Okay.
You're not. You're at 0.
I think I.
No. Amy. What are you talking about?
Okay.
You said over under 2, so we're at 2 right now. Over under 2. Yeah. So are there 2 more? Yeah.
You're saying.
I'm supposed to be voting on your future. As Max did not give me any passes.
No, there isn't. We said, and obviously not. It's better. It's not great, but we established these rules beforehand. We need 2 more. You just don't want to lose 10 minutes. That sucks. That's your problem.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh. We'll see.
Get one? Okay. Yeah? We should. Which one again? I thought it was like 20. Because now we have another one. Now we start the work for my one. Okay.
'Can all counselors please take their seats? We will call the Legislative Council of February 27th to order at 18:15 p.m. Moving on to the land acknowledgement. The SMU acknowledges that McGill University is situated on the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe nations, a place which has long served as a site of meeting and exchange amongst Indigenous peoples. The SMU recognizes and respects these nations as the traditional custodians of the land and water on which it is located. Moving on to attendance, if you are here as a proxy, when I reach the person you are proxying for's name, please state your name, spelled for the minutes, and your personal pronouns if you choose to do so. Councillor Chan, Arts. Councillor Chase, Arts. Councillor Dan Damoudi, Arts. Councillor Dariani, Arts. Councillor Francestini, Arts and Science. Councillor Kirsch, Athletics. Councillor Kay, Clubs. Councillor Flaherty, Clubs. Councillor Sabady, Dentistry. Councillor Bullhose, Education. Councillor Fucky, Engineering. Councillor Marcoux, Engineering. Councillor Ramey, Environment. Councillor Dawes, First Year Council. Can you turn on the mic, please?
Ashley Lau, proxy for Chuchito Daz, First Year Council.
Can you spell your name, please?
Ashley Lau.
Thank you very much. Moving on, Councillor Mackey, Law.
Présente.
Councillor Eisner, Management. Councillor Gervey, Management.
Here.
Councillor Dixon, Medicine. Music Councillor Duckett.
Yeah, I'm here.
Councillor Patzer, Nursing. Councillor Morgan, PTOT. Councillor Freed, IRC. Councillor Wu, Science.
Sydney Merritt, SYDNEYMERRITT, she, her.
Thank you. Councillor Budkar, Science.
Here.
Councillor Wright, Science, is absent. Senator Lametti. Senator Garneau. Councillor Morali, Services. Councillor Watson, Social Work.
Darby Drew, DARBY DREW, she, her.
Thank you very much. President.
Présent.
VP University Affairs. VP Student Life. VP Internal. VP External.
Présent et votant.
VP Finance. Moving on to the approval of the minutes, we have two sets of minutes to approve. The minutes have been distributed. Are there any individuals with change or corrections willing to be made at this time? Seeing none, can I have a motion to approve the minutes? Recognizing VP Finance, can I have a second? Recognizing Councillor Mackey, all those in favor? All those opposed? Seeing one, the minutes will stand approved as distributed. Moving on to the report of the steering committee. So the steering committee of the SAS. Okay, moving on to, thank you, VP University Affairs. Moving on to the adoption of the agenda. Are there any corrections to the agenda at this time? VP University Affairs.
Motion to add what is highlighted, D, motion regarding amendments to winter 2020 referendum dates.
That is very much in order. Can we have a second? Recognizing Councillor Duckett. All those in favor? All those opposed? Recognizing two opposed, the motion is carried. VP University Affairs, can you repeat that can you repeat what your amendment was?
It was a motion to add 14D, motion regarding amendments to winter 2020 referendum dates.
Thank you very much. Are there any other individuals with amendments at this time? VP External.
Thank you. I'd like to motion to add 14E as highlighted, a notice of motion regarding an events policy.
Thank you very much. Can we have a second? Recognizing Councillor Ramey. All those in favor? All those opposed? Seeing none, the amendment is carried. Are there any further individuals? Councillor Ramey.
J'aimerais ajouter une nomination pour le comité de durabilité.
That's very much in order. Can we have a second? Recognizing Councillor Duckett. All those in favor? All those opposed? Seeing none, the amendment is carried. Are there any other individuals with amendments? Councillor Fucky?
Thank you. Since there's a lot of people absent today, can we spread out the seating so we're not like
You don't want to be next to me?
not that close to you?
Would you like us to move down, or would you just like to come here?
We'll just...
I'll leave that up to the speaker.
Just move down, please. You can leave a space if you want.
I meant like spread out, so like just yeah.
VP External.
Thank you. I'd like to motion to move the report of the Comprehensive Governance Review Committee to just below 14C, as there are guest speakers who have come for slightly shorter debate and presentations, whereas I suspect this report will lead into debate and perhaps voting on something which might take a bit longer.
That is very much in order. Can we have a second? Recognizing Councillor Chase. All those in favor? Side conversations, councillors. All those opposed? Recognizing 5 opposed, the amendment is carried. Are there any other amendments wishing to be made at this time? SMU President.
I'd like to move an amendment to the agenda to include the motion regarding nomination to the Society's Board of Directors, 2020-0227, to be discussed as item 13G.
That is very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, SMU President. That is very much in order. Can we have a second? Recognizing Councillor Fucky. All those in favor? All those opposed? Seeing none, the amendment is carried. Are there any individuals with further amendments? Senator Lametti.
Bonjour, je propose de déplacer l'entièreté du point 14 immédiatement avant la période de questions.
That is very much in order. Can we have a second? Recognizing Councillor Chan. All those in favor? All those opposed? Seeing 2 opposed, the amendment is carried.
It's a point of order or a point of parliamentary procedure, but
Parliamentary procedure does not exist.
Great, then it's probably a point of order. The item that was formerly 14D, I had actually requested that the report of the Comprehensive Governance Committee be moved to 13D, insofar as it kind of proceeds as a motion, so I wouldn't be moved along with the rest of 14 at that point. And that was what was voted on.
Thank you very much, VP External. Are there any other amendments wishing to be made at this time? SMU President.
I'd like to move what is now 13E to immediately before question period to respect the time of our governing documents researcher.
I'd like to move an objection to the consideration of the question because we just voted to move this separately.
Technically, it's not a consideration of the question until it's voted on, but
is it not?
we have to
it's a
entertain
motion?
it.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Okay, all those in favor? Oh, sorry, a second. Can we maybe have a second? Councillor Fucky. All those in favor? All those opposed? Noting a clear majority in opposition, the motion fails. Are there any other amendments wishing to be made at this time? Senator Lametti.
Je propose qu'on ait la présentation des bibliothèques comme première présentation dans la section des présentations.
That is very much in order. Can we have a second? Recognizing Councillor Ramey. All those in favor? All those opposed? Yeah. So he wants to move the McGill. Senator Lametti wishes to move the presentation of the McGill Library by Dean Colleen Cook to the beginning of number 7 guest speakers. Okay, we'll redo. All those in favor? All those opposed? Seeing 4 opposed, the motion is carried. Are there any further amendments at this time? Seeing none, can we have a motion to adopt the agenda as amended? Recognizing VP Finance, can we have a second? Recognizing Councillor Sabedi, all those in favor? All those opposed? Noting 1 opposed, the agenda is carried. Moving on, we have the report of the steering committee. The steering committee met on February 24th, 2020 at 11:30 a.m. All individuals were present. There were no guest speakers. We reviewed the new business before us, so no notice of motion regarding financial matters, referral services, fee referendum, and the SMU club fee referendum question. As well, we also reviewed business arising, for example, the motion regarding the creation of a services committee, motion regarding affordable student housing, motion regarding plan on clubs and services as SMU's highest priority, and as such, there will be no confidential session this evening. Are there any questions on the report of the steering committee? VP University Affairs.
Was there not also a motion submitted regarding the fiat lux fee?
Yeah, so the steering committee actually ruled that out of order, unless the will of council wishes to entertain it, given that the fiat lux fee would not be in line with the smooth stance regarding the moratorium. The steering committee has struck that from the record. That being said, if there is a motion to suspend the agenda in order to entertain such a motion, it will be up to the prerogative of council. Councillor Chase?
I'll motion to suspend the agenda, or motion to suspend the agenda to fit that in over the objections of the steering committee.
All right, that is very much in order. Can we have a second for that? Recognizing Councillor Duckett. We require a 3/4 majority. All those in favor? Recognizing 3 in favor, the motion fails. Are there any other questions on the report? Senator Lametti.
Merci. J'avais l'impression que malgré cette décision importante, ça n'était pas présent dans le rapport du comité directeur. Je me demandais pourquoi ne pas avoir inclus cette décision dans le rapport, à part si je me trompe.
That was just a failure. That was just an accident on my part. My apologies. Are there any further questions on the report of the steering committee? All right, seeing none, we will move on to moving on to item 7, guest speakers. We first have 7A, McGill Library, with Dean Colleen Cook presenting. As in line with the standing rules, we ask that all computers, except for individuals on this side of the room, given that you have no projector at those computers will be allowed to remain open at this time. However, on this side of the room, we ask that all computers are turned off and off the table in respect to Dean Colleen Cook. Can you check if can you turn on the microphone, please?
Yes. No. Okay. Okay, good. Thank you. Hello, my name is Colleen Cook. I'm the Dean of the Library, and I know several of you. It's my pleasure to talk with you tonight, and I know that you have a very busy agenda, so I'm going to move through this pretty quickly. I want all of you to know about the Fiat Lux Library Project because it is fundamentally about students. It's a project that we've been working on for the past 8 years, and I know that many of you have been in the libraries and you know the space challenges that we are facing. Basically, very quickly, we have 2.5 million visits a year. That's 63 visits per enrolled student on average. This is the equivalent of saying that on average.
Sorry, can you just raise your microphone, please? Thank you very much.
On average, every student visits the library at least once a week. We serve an average of 12,000 students daily during peak periods, and we answer 80,000 information requests annually. Right now, we have 2,950 seats, which make up 63% of overall seating. And basically, we have seating for only 12% of our student population, which is way below peer institutions. And what we hope to do through Fiat Lux is to bring that up to about 30%, 24 to 30%. So, yes, good. So what we did was that.
Can you move the microphone closer again?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. This is a little bit of a problem. Do I really need the microphone or can I scream?
For the people watching at home.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I understand. Therefore, I will manage my papers and try not to look too uncoordinated. Okay. Yeah. Oh, no. It's a way. I think I can dance and talk maybe at the same time. Probably not chew gum. But, okay, so this slide is basically just all about we have consulted and consulted and consulted. And we have consulted with everyone who's our stakeholders, but often with students at almost every opportunity that we could find. And this is an example most recently of a consultation that we were involved with in the spring. And what is very interesting this will not surprise you at all, the key takeaways for students were, oh my gosh, she read my mind. You know, the good thing is that I'm a mother, you can tell, can't you, of sons. Okay, thank you. Okay, unless it falls over, why don't you just hold? Okay, so now that we've done comedy hour, this is better than Saturday Night Live. Okay. More seating. Students felt that seating was such a critical need that they were wary of asking for anything else, such as a specialized function like a data analysis studio, for fear that would take away from a request for general seating. Better atmosphere. Students felt that the library was an unwelcoming place. As a matter of fact, my colleagues, all of whom have brutalist buildings, we think that we'll run an award for the most brutalist buildings. And I warn you, if this falls on your head, it's not my fault. Okay. Better atmosphere, as I said. Outdoor green spaces, better food options. I don't think anyone's going to remember anything I've said except the microphone. But we are very much involved with sustainability, LEED certification, creation of spaces that are welcoming, green, healthy, diversity of seating, collaboration rooms, destination reading rooms, quiet commons, active commons, anything you want commons. And the next slide is, how is this going to be paid for? Okay, you know that we hope that we will engage with a Fiat Lux fee when it's appropriate. Okay, so your dollar will go a long way. Let me explain very quickly how funding for this is going. The university thinks that this project is so important that they are not going to government for it. They are funding it internally. 25% of the funding for it is through philanthropy. We have a signature donor who will be announced probably in the fall. And it's someone that everyone will recognize and is a very good friend of McGill. That's $50 million that we have raised. It's been a lot of work, but we're there. You can see by the division of the loonie here that 71.5% is being funded by McGill itself, and we're asking students of all shapes, varieties, to fund 3.5% of the project over 10 years, which would be $7 million over 10 years, and we would ask all students to be engaged in helping us fund this. You can see that we've done our homework, and we know we have looked at enrollment projections, and insofar as we can think of this, what we really need to come up with from SSMU and other students is $13.27 a semester. Next, whatever. So, moving forward, I want to make sure that everybody realizes that this is a real, viable, very serious project. Within 3 years, the plans will be done, and in 3 years, we will be breaking ground. Before that, we will have put together and constructed probably more quickly than any building at McGill has been constructed. I hope that's not anywhere. Scratch that. A storage building that is robotic, and we will be moving 2.5 million volumes into that building. 9 years ago when I came here, we were circulating roughly almost 700,000 physical volumes a year. Last year, we circulated 160,000 volumes. So what we've got is a warehouse of books that we very much need to maintain. Those books will be kept into as long as paper lasts, but they will be in a robotic storage facility whereby people will be able to get to them in a 24-hour period upon request. The 500,000 volumes that are the books that we have bought within the most recent 5 years, and any books that have circulated within the most recent 5 years will be kept within the McLennan Redpath complex on open browsable shelves. Another 500,000 of rare and special collections materials will be kept within that building. So we're talking about maintaining 1 million volumes still within this building. McGill has a very important library collection in terms of Canada, but also in terms of the continent and humanity, actually. We have some very, very unusual materials, and so it is our obligation in terms of humanity's collective collection to maintain that collection. So here is a resolution for approval, and I understand that there are wheels that have moved and done all sorts of things, but this is what we hope to have be something that you will engage and support at the appropriate time. So I'm willing to entertain any questions. I can handle any question, any way, any shape, any form. I know that that time is important to you, but I am a librarian. I'm used to answering questions. People ask me directions all the time on the street, and it's true. And on the mountain, they ask me for directions, which is really interesting. But if I don't know the answer, I know someone who does. So.
All right, thank you very much, Dean Colleen Cook. All those with questions. Councillor Dockett.
Thank you for your presentation. My question, well, you were here before when we decided that because of the moratorium, the fee couldn't go through. So what happens next if the fee from us doesn't go through?
We try again. We hope to, look, this is your library. You need to decide what you think the right thing to do is. This is a project, I can say that, okay, I'm a librarian. I believe in the mission of libraries. I want you to this is a little melodramatic, but libraries are hugely important because kind of what we don't acknowledge very often is that if we don't have libraries, then people will have to recreate and they'll have to relearn because human beings don't live that long. And we all manage to stand on what came before us. Libraries right now are the agoras of our times. It's where great minds meet. You've been in these buildings. You know they're places where people work. And we want you to have those spaces. I can tell you that I have worked extremely hard to get that $50 million in donations. And we're asking you for some help.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Fucky.
Oh, do you need that? You can stand up here. It works. It's not falling over at the moment. Yet. Yeah.
Thank you for your presentation. So you said the project would last around 10 years.
No, the fee would last 10 years. The project would go on for about 6.
Okay, so thank you. My question is, what guarantees that that number is actually accurate, given that Schulich has been officially, initially it was only going to be closed for 2 years, and now it's been delayed?
You're talking about Schulich?
Yeah, from our point of view, what gives us a guarantee that Fiat Lux will be done in 6 years, given that the recent history with McGill Construction does not actually reflect the actual amount that was promised initially? For example, the Schulich Library, it was initially 2 years, now it's 2 years and a half, and we don't know how long it would last. The University Center was initially just a couple months project, and now it's been over 2 years. So how long, what guarantees can you give that this will actually be done in time?
Okay, so there are actually several questions in that, and the first thing I'll say is that as far as the Schulich Library goes, I just had a conversation with our facilities people literally right before I came over here, and we hope that it's going to be on schedule. We had to move that, we had to close that library and move materials out and people during the summer, so that if we hadn't moved last summer, then we wouldn't be ready in May into June and July to start building this year. So in its own interesting way, it's actually on schedule. So what you're really saying is, what I think you're really saying is, what library services will students have throughout the duration of the
A motion to extend, recognizing Councillor Budkar. Can we have a second? Recognizing Councillor Freed. All those in favor? Oh, sorry. For how long, Councillor Budkar? Ad libitum? Is that okay? All those in favor? Motion to speak ad libitum is granted.
Okay, does that mean I can talk longer? I just have to talk faster? Okay. What? Okay.
Talk longer.
Okay. And I will talk faster. This is a phased project, meaning that we will be maintaining library services through the whole construction. The McLennan Red Path will not be shut down entirely, ever. It does mean that we will, part of what we have to do while we're building this storage building is that we move out 2.5 million books so that we can then move in more seating, but we also move what is in the Red Path building into McLennan and vice versa. So there will be services throughout the entire time of the project, and there have to be. And the Schulich Library is going to have to be re-inhabited and back online before we even begin this. What was the other thing? As far as costs, whatever, we need $7 million, and we will be asking the students from the students, we hope, and that will actually last longer than construction. Yeah, and You know, oh, this was the other thing I was going to say. The person who's leading this project, Robert Hamilton, he is the person who led, the executive director of Fiat Lux, is the person who was executive director for Glen Yard. After all of the scandals and craziness, he's the person who made it come in on time and under budget.
All right, thank you. Seeing as though we're about to end our 5-minute discussion, and seeing that there's a continuation of questions, can we have a motion to extend question period? Recognizing VP University Affairs for how long? 4 minutes. We have a 4-minute extension on 6-minute extension on question period. Can we have a second? Recognizing Councillor Chase. All those in favor? 6-minute extension granted.
Okay, I'll talk fast.
Senator Lametti.
Thank you. So I'm not going to comment on the Royal Victoria Hospital, which is another story.
Okay,
but
good, because
my question is, the student contribution that's being asked for is quite small in percentage. It almost seems like an ideological fee more than a fee to actually fund the project. So my question is, why do we expect students to pay for something that is the university's project, not the students' project? This will also benefit profs, researchers. Why is there no fee for professors? Why is there no fee for researchers? Why would we as students accept to pay for laboratory increases or classroom increases? I don't really understand why we expect students to contribute to this project, and this is a question I've had since the beginning, and I've never really got a satisfying answer to that. So if you could clarify why specifically students should be paying for specifically this project, it doesn't make much sense to me.
Okay. I don't think that there is anything much more fundamental as far as space goes than the library for students at this point in time. And yes, a library is a fundamental part of a university, as are many other things. It is common for students across North America to pay library fees. What we have here is very modest. The construction project, for instance, at Concordia was a 10-year library fee that was $1 a credit hour. Ours is less. So it's typical. It is, when you have to pay for something, you are more engaged. And I think that there is something to be said for that. You could say ideologically that everything with education should be free no matter what. And that is a position that I think has merit, but it's not what's real in today's world. And so, in my opinion, you have to decide if you're going to put your money in some places, where do you want to put it? And is this one of those things? As far as thinking that this is more of a statement than a real contribution, I can tell you that it's absolutely not true. McGill doesn't have 2 nickels to rub together. They really, really don't. I came from a university as big to do what it does with the money, and you guys get a great credential out of it.
Thank you very much. Before we continue question period, can someone just close the window just for the time being? Thank you very much. All right, resuming on question period. Councillor Mackey.
So from my understanding, and please clarify if I'm wrong, parts of McLennan and Redpath will be shut down and it will be done in parts, the reconstruction. Yes. So my question is, will these study spaces that remain open actually be valid study areas when there's construction going on right beside? I feel like there will be a loss of a lot of quiet spaces, and how have they taken that into account? Because even though there still will be spaces as the project is done in parts, I don't know if these will necessarily be viable silent study spaces.
For instance, things that involve drills, jackhammers, that kind of work will be done very early in the morning. Surprise. And yes, I don't want to be flip. It is an issue, but I am confident that with all the libraries in our constellation of libraries, that we will always have some quiet spaces for students during this project. And in the end, we've got to do this. I mean, we are truly, truly far behind. Truly, truly.
Thank you very much. VP External.
Thank you. You mentioned, and you were going over just in the consultation process, I was just curious, certain units of the university have like student advisory committees and things like that. Is that something that exists at the library? Like a sort of standing advisory committee where
We have each faculty or each library has an advisory committee, and there's student representation on those. But there's also student representation on the Senate Committee on Libraries, but that's not as far as it goes with us. We actively reach out to students at many, many opportunities. So there are formal and informal channels.
Councillor Flaherty.
Hello, thank you for your presentation and for being here tonight. I'm assuming with the 1327, you factored in the fact that a lot of students do opt-outable fees. So I was wondering if you know what that figure looks like if it's non-opt-outable.
Can we have question period has been exhausted? Can we have a motion to extend, recognizing Councillor Chase? For how long? That's a 10-minute extension. Can we find a second? Recognizing Councillor Fucky. All those in favor of a 10-minute extension on question period? All those opposed? 10-minute extension has been granted.
Okay.
Colleen Cook, you may continue.
Okay, if it's non-opt-outable, it would be a 30%
increase on the. Let's
right.
Bring up the graph. Yeah.
Yeah, if you can look at the graph. Yeah. Okay, so if it were non-opt-outable, the 451,241 would increase by 30%, right?
Do that quickly in our head.
Yeah, so what y'all chose to do, then we could figure that out too.
Yeah. Sorry, Diane Cohen, Senior Director of Planning and Resources. The $7 million at the bottom of the chart that you can see assumes that all students contribute at some point in this process. The portion for SSMU students, over time, it's $4,517,000. So that represents a 30% opt-out rate. So if you can quickly do the math, 100% is probably $7 million if you don't drop out.
Right.
Can you just spell your name for the purpose of the minutes?
Koen.
Thank you very much.
Diane.
VP Finance.
$9.81. Yay!
Further questions?
I'm impressed. Yeah.
Senator Lametti.
Thank you. Since you're asking for a fee from multiple student associations,
I don't have a really good answer for that, but I do know that we're coming to you with a specific request, and it is not anticipated that we would ask one group of students for more or less given the fact that another group voted not to engage in it. And it's not as though we would shut the doors of the library for that group of students either, because it's not what we do. It's an imperfect world.
Thank you very much. Councillor Spady.
If I understand how the funding works, it stops at 7 million, meaning, let's say you get up to 7 million for up to 7 years, meaning
10 years.
Well, 10 years is just
Right.
a number. Considering,
Yeah.
let's say there's less than 10% that opts out. Let's say there's 5%.
Right.
Right, and out of 9 years, you do get that 7 million. Would the funding stops at 9 year?
What we need right now, our planning is 7 million. We didn't put that into the wording of this motion, but I think it would be this resolution. I need a parliamentarian to choose my words. I would suggest that that be added.
So
that it stops at the point that 7 million is
right.
raised.
So if there's more than 30% that opts out, it might go to 11 years, 12 years, 30 years.
No,
theoretically.
this is set up for 10 years. Okay.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any other individuals with questions? All right, we will entertain a member from the gallery. So, as per procedure, please state your name, spell it for the record of the minutes, your constituency, and your personal pronouns if you choose to do so.
So yeah, Andres Perez, Andres Perez, Perez, MCSS representative. So far, what I can see is that we only represent 3% of the students that go to the library. However, we're being asked to pay the same amount as a SMU student. And the main reason why we go to that library is because our library doesn't offer the same types of resources as the one here. So is there any plan for the McDonald Library, or like how will be benefited from this?
Okay, that's a good question. Let me explain that first. All libraries will benefit from Fiat Lux because there will be books and materials taken, books, stacks on the same books that are very little used but still needed from all libraries. So there will be, eventually we will be creating extra seating in all libraries, McDonald campus too. Also, we did, some of you may have been around or actually been stopped at the door when we did a census in the fall. And that census allows us to give you the statistics that I gave you at the beginning of this presentation so that we know who's using the library. We know where you're from. We don't know your name, but we know how many of you are using the library and what years, where you are in your program, and what faculty you belong to. So we know, for instance, that students of all faculties are using all the libraries at different times, and there's a very significant number of MAC students who use these libraries on a daily basis, the campus libraries. So it's not as it's a little counterintuitive, but all of the libraries, you have to think of the libraries as a system and not as a specific library. Is the easiest way to look at it.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? Member of the gallery, as per procedure, please state your name, spell it for the record, spell it for the sake of the minutes, constituency and personal pronouns if you choose to do so.
Hi, Alex Karasik, McGill Daily, Karasick. I was curious, so because there's going to be construction going on regarding Fiat Lux, I know that only parts of the library are open 24 hours. Would other parts of it potentially be opened to 24 hours as a way of kind of making up for some of the space that's being lost during construction?
That's a very good suggestion. I can say for sure that throughout construction there will be some of our libraries that are open for 24 hours. We will figure it out. It's hugely important. I recently went to an advisory committee on an extension of my appointment for 2 years, and they asked me one of the things that I felt was one of the most significant things that had happened during my time as dean, and I said I thought that 24 hours opening for libraries of the libraries was just changed the culture, and it's incredibly important. So it's something that we will accommodate, try to expand, and what you suggested is a really good idea.
Thank you very much. Councillor Duckett.
Thank you again for taking my question. I know this might not be the best question for you, but McGill seems to be bankrolling quite a bit of this library project. How are they coming up with this money if they're just pulling it? Are they pulling it out of nowhere? Where's it coming from?
Well, I can tell you that it's not money that was hidden in other spaces. This is extremely dear money, and we're gonna. I don't think I know enough to answer any farther. I've got, it's not money that's being taken from anything else, because the university's major project right now that they're going to the government for is the Royal Vic, and it has taken us 8 years and 9 years, 8 years of solid work to get this project going. It's because I can tell you that the university has heard us, and this is a project that involves mainly students and their spaces, and they're committed. They're committed enough that they're really going to what I think is kind of an extreme for them to get it going.
Thank you very much, Councillor Chase.
Part of the reason why the motion regarding the fee was not considered is because the society imposed a moratorium on all university fees. I was wondering if the society executives consulted you back last fall before putting the moratorium in.
Yes, and yes. Is that just a yes or a no question? Because we did engage with multiple conversations with multiple groups of student leaders, as we have over time, and you would have to ask the individuals.
With that, question period has yet again been exhausted. Is there a motion to extend? Councillor Ramey, for how long? 1 minute. Oh, okay, so we have a motion for a 3-minute extension on question period. Can we have a second? Recognizing Councillor Morali. All those in favor of a 3-minute extension? All those opposed? Seeing a clear majority, the 3-minute extension is granted. We will note the temporary departure of Senator Lametti at 19:04.
I don't, am I finishing the answer to that question? Okay, sorry, I wasted the clock. You would have to ask the students that we talked to how they really received what we were saying. But I can say that over the 8 or 9 years that I've been dealing with students, they've been receptive.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions? Councillor Flaherty.
Hi, just a quick last question. Will there be an effort to move more books and articles to ebook format while you're using the storage facilities so that they're more easily and quickly accessible for students?
We are doing that not only because of the storage building. Our ebook acquisition has grown not exponentially, but really multiples in the past 8 years. And so most of our current acquisitions are e-versions.
Thank you very much. SSMU President.
Hi, Dean Cook. First of all, congratulations on your 2-year extension. I'm sure the university is very well disposed to have you here at the head of this project. I have more of a comment in general. I was here at Legislative Council back in the University Center 2 years ago when I was a first year, when you were first presenting this project, and I remember thinking just how amazing it is that you and your team have put so much effort into this project to make the lives of undergraduate students that much better, and I wanted to thank you for that. Secondly, projects. For example, the Brown building itself was a 50-50 venture with the university and the undergraduate student body when they decided to levy, I believe, a $50 fee at the time to ensure that students had the physical and mental health services that they needed at the time and still continue to need. to get the building built. The moratorium is more of a reflection of the student body's values.
Mr. President, can we have a question, please?
Sure.
Thank you very much.
The moratorium is a statement on students' values about where we believe our money should be going towards the university. And it shouldn't be taken as a reflection of disbelief in the project, but rather a direction that we believe the university needs to take in order to have our consent for this sort of funding. So that being said, do you believe that with this moratorium, you would be able to take this to the upper administration, make sure that they get the message that undergraduate students are willing partners in this, they just need to divest?
Seeing that, my apologies. Seeing as though question period has once yet been exhausted, is there a motion to extend? Recognizing Councillor Fucky, for how long? We have a motion for a 4-minute extension. May we have a second? Recognizing VP University Affairs. All those in favor? All those opposed? Noting a clear majority of 4-minute extension is granted.
Okay. The simple answer to that is yes. Of course, I can say that the university leadership is very aware of the students' position on divestment and know of the resolution that you passed, and this, to say that, if I'm sort of getting you correctly, and with the press here, I need to make sure that the quote is right, that the fact that some students, let's say most students at large, support this project, and the fact that they aren't bringing it up to referendum is a statement on how strongly they feel about divestment.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions at this time? We'll recognize a member from the gallery at this time.
So I have 2 questions from my executives. First, they're asking if you will be willing to come to our campus and talk with our student society, and also where will this facility be created to storage all the books.
Oh, okay. Of course, I'll go anywhere and talk and answer questions anytime. It's one of the things I enjoy most is talking with students, believe it or not. And the storage building was at one point spoken of in that it would be built at the Mac campus, but it's not going to be. It's going to be built in an area as yet unknown, but in sort of an industrial park sort of area. This building's going to look like a big warehouse, okay, with a big, it's not a library that you go in and visit. This is a bunch of, it's happier with robots, okay? And there are going to be about 8 robots in it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fucky.
Okay, thank you. So as a student, I recognize the educational benefit for this whole project, and I really want it to happen. Now, let's put that to the side. I'm going to talk about more of the finances aspect. Can you go back 2 slides, please? Or 1 slide? Or that one. Okay. That is a very small piece of the pie from the students as compared to the philanthropist and McGill University. It's a small percentage of the whole project, but it's a big percentage out of the students' budgets. It's over $100 for a full-time student for over the course of their degree, and most of this money is not even going back directly to them. It's going to be go for students that are there 5 years, or for us maybe 7 or 10 years later. So my question is, I think making the students pay for it should be a last resort. So what other aspects, I don't know if you can provide me with this answer, but what other avenues has McGill looked at? For example, they're raising billions of dollars from the bicentennial. Could they not 2 billion, okay. can they not get $7 million from that entire endowment? Because, like I said, it's a small proportion from the entire budget of McGill, but it's a very big proportion from students.
Okay, I can answer that very quickly. Philanthropy is 25% of this budget. And so that 50 million I talked to you about is part of the bicentennial money. And
With that, the question period has been exhausted. Is there a motion to extend? Recognizing Councillor Morale for how long? We have a motion for a 1 minute extension. Can we have a second? Recognizing Councillor Ramey. All those in favor of a 1 minute extension? All those opposed? Recognizing a clear majority, the 1 minute extension is granted. Dean Cook, you may resume.
Oh, okay. I was looking at Noah. Okay, I'll talk fast so you can get a question in. Okay, so this is a similar question to Senator Councillor Lamati's question. And I just have to tell you, every dollar at this place that goes to a specific purpose is very dear, and this money's really, really needed. There are many, many, many needs on this campus, and the bicentennial capital campaign project is going for many, many needs, and the library is only one of them. The fact that we've already gotten 50 million is enough to make people look at me with a little bit of jealousy. That doesn't go, that's off the record.
Are there any individuals with further questions at this time? We have a question period has been exhausted. Is there a motion to extend? Senator Lametti. We have a motion to extend question period by 5 minutes. Is there a second? Recognizing Councillor Chase as a second. All those in favor? Seeing a clear majority in the opposition, question period has not been extended for 5 minutes. Are there any further motions at this time? Seeing none, we thank you for your service. Dean
Okay.
Cook.
Let me just say thank you very much, and I will come and answer questions anytime. And I think everybody got their exercise with all of the voting today. And if anybody has any questions, colleen.cook@mcgill.ca. And thank you very much for this in particular.
All right, moving on. SMU President. Yeah, we'll note the temporary departure of SMU President at 1914. Moving on, we have item 7B, Keep Me Safe with Stephen Cameron. Mr. Cameron has chosen to attend by teleconference, so if you can someone motion for a 1 minute recess? All right, recognizing Councillor Butcar, can we have a second? Recognizing Councillor Mackey, all those in favor? The 1 minute recess is granted. Can all councillors please take their seats? Okay, so as I said, presentation, and then we'll follow up with question period. If anyone has issues with the audio, please let me know. Okay, you may begin. Hello. We are ready. We're ready for you guys to present whenever you're ready.
So it would seem that I can't present my screen. It's not letting me. There we go. Okay.
You have it?
Yep, I should be coming up now.
Great. Thanks, Steve.
Not a problem.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, you guys can begin whenever you're ready.
Can everyone hear us?
Yes.
Okay. Can everybody hear me? Steve, do you want me to kick off?
We can all hear you.
As long as we're good to go, absolutely go ahead and kick it off.
Okay. I don't have great audio, or I can't hear you very clearly, so I will start presenting and hope that y'all can hear me. So hi everybody. Thank you for having us. We apologize that we're presenting remotely from Toronto and London, Ontario, and Ottawa tonight due to the weather and canceled flights.
Is everyone able to hear us?
Yes, we can hear you.
So Keeping Safe is a 24/7, 365 culturally and linguistically matched clinical mental health program. Okay. We can't hear you, so that's, I'll just keep presenting here. The program was created in 2015 when the CEO of GuardMe, it was a partnership between GuardMe and Morneau Chappelle, the world's largest gym. And GuardMe noticed an increase in the mental health hospitalization of international students. So the fundamental core of the program is that we looked at
Okay, so it seems like Christine might be cutting in and out. Lauren, are you able to hear me right now if I take over and speak?
Yes, we're able to hear you.
Excellent. Okay, so as Christine was mentioning, just a little bit of background in terms of, how Keep Me Safe came to be. It really is, these three pillars that you guys see on your screen. So understanding those unique needs and experiences of international students, matching students and counselors together based on culture and language, and then finally leveraging technology so that we can utilize telephone and secure clinical chat so that we can connect students with counselors immediately 24/7, 365. Now, the main vehicle that is used in order to access the Keep Me Safe program is the My SSP app. It's not the only way to access the program. You can dial in using a toll-free number, but anytime I'm orienting individuals, I always really highlight the My SSP app because it's the easiest way to connect to the program. You can connect by phone or chat just using the buttons right in the app. And the app itself works in what we call 7 different core languages. So simplified Chinese, which is a combination of Cantonese and Mandarin, also Korean, Arabic, Spanish, English, and French. And later this quarter, we should be adding Hindi to that list. Within the app, you can receive push notifications so that you get notifications when we add new content, when new languages are added, and then just gentle notifications throughout the academic year, reminding you of the supports that are available. Now, when students reach out for support, we bucket that support into two different buckets. So it's either immediate support or ongoing support. So the vast majority of students that reach out are reaching out for immediate support. They can do that through telephone, through secure clinical chat, and it's driven through that MySSP app. Like I said before, though, students can call in toll-free without having to access that through the app. When students reach out for clinical chat support, they're going to be doing that through the app, so they're using those core languages that I mentioned. If the student wants support outside of those core languages, then that's when we would really encourage them to call in for support. And we have upwards of 30+ languages available in the call center at any given time. Now, not every single language is available at any given time, and that's where we may queue up ongoing support if that particular language isn't available. Ongoing support does open up that language window to over 60 different languages. Now, the other use of ongoing support is we do get phone calls from students at times where they're dealing with a situation that involves more than just a single conversation. And that's where the counselor and the student will work together to facilitate ongoing support where they can figure out a schedule together, and they will meet either through the phone or through video chat, and in-person counseling is absolutely available as well. The counselors that students are accessing behind the scenes are highly qualified individuals. Like Christine started to mention at the beginning of our presentation, we partnered with Morneau Chappelle. That's our clinical back engine, and I have one of my colleagues, Megan Wheatley, that is with us today from Morneau Chappelle, where she can speak to the qualifications and any questions that we have about those qualifications during our question period. But just to give you a rundown, our counselors hold a minimum master's degree in a counseling-related field. They're licensed to work in the province of Quebec, and they have a minimum of 5 years experience working with students. Quite a few of them are multicultural and multilingual, so they can really demonstrate that expertise and that personal touch when dealing with international students or students that require counseling in another language or another culture. In a lot of cases, these counselors were international students themselves, so they really can connect with the student. They participate in ongoing professional development throughout the year. This, could be their digital method of counseling choice, or just emerging international or emerging student issues at large. Now, one of the things that Keep Me Safe really prides themselves on is that we provide reporting. So we provide not only monthly reporting, but also semester-based reporting. And the reporting does include several different data points that you see on your screen. User profiles, so different demographics, time of day access, re-access patterns, pre and post survey results, access modality, so how exactly are students reaching out, and then what are those presenting issues. Looking at our global data set for Keep Me Safe, it's clear what the top regions are for students in terms of reaching out. This could be depression, stress, anxiety, as well as cultural and adaptation issues. Here's just a little snapshot looking at our Canadian data. The top 3 presenting issues, as I mentioned, were stress, anxiety, and depression. Suicidal risk represented just over 2%. Chat engagement is by far the most popular way that students reach out, but time of day access seems to be 4 p.m. to midnight. And by day of week, highest usage is on Wednesday, lowest usage is over the weekend. One of the other aspects that Keep Me Safe is bringing to the table is that we really connect and integrate within the campus. We want to become part of the McGill community and one of the many resources and services that McGill students are looking for. Myself, I am your dedicated account manager. I'm here as your champion for whatever you guys need to really get Keep Me Safe working. I'll be providing in-depth reporting, be it monthly or by semester. I'll facilitate orientations and help wherever I can. We do have a campus ambassador program that I can talk about afterwards. And we also provide tons of digital engagement such as social media, articles, and videos. And we love to plug into school events and offer various educational opportunities through our campus learning opportunities. That's all I got for you guys.
All right, thank you very much. So at this point, we're going to be entertaining questions. For you guys, if you can't hear any question, even though if they'll have a microphone, I can repeat them if necessary. So just let me know.
That would be excellent, Lauren, if you can repeat.
Okay, so counselors with questions? Counselor Duckett.
So the way I'm asking this question, I don't know how much of it they'll be able to answer, but the fee that's being proposed for this is $2.75, which works out to $132,000 a year for McGill students. How can it be that low? $132,000 for access for 24,000 McGill students for a whole year.
Did you hear that, Steve? Okay, so basically what Councillor Duckett was asking is after he did the calculations of the fee proposed, he said that approximately $132,000 would be going towards the Keep Me Safe program every year. And so he's just questioning, like, is it really, like, is that number actually that low? And, like, with the number being that low, can it provide the service that is being presented on?
I hate to ask you to do this, Lauren, but can you repeat the question? It's coming through in piecemeal here.
Yep. Okay, so so the question was, a counselor after doing the math with how much each student would be having to pay, he calculated that it was approximately $132,000, and so he was asking if the number was really this low for this type of with this type of service, and if this is all that is required.
Okay,
I think I'm hearing, is there any additional fees required? Is this what the total number is?
So it was just asking generally about like if the validity of the calculation of the $132,000 calculation that would be generated from the collection of fees by the SSMU.
Right. So I mean, I can speak to the I'm not sure the breakdown that you're dividing between the SSMU and the postgrad student, the university, by KGSS, and I believe SSMU to partner in this initiative at the time of the initial RFP process last April. Keep Me Safe was a successful component. We came to campus and we presented to the student societies as well as the university. And at that time, the student societies did reach out to the university to request support and funding to fund the portion that they were unable to pay for by the university. This triggered the university to need to go to RFP process, which was initiated in the fall of 2019. We responded again to that RFP and were the successful candidate again. So it's my understanding, though I don't have the exact breakdown of how the two student societies as well as the university have divided the fees, but it's my understanding that that has been divided. In terms of the total cost of the program, what you're seeing as your portion is an all-inclusive fee for the program. There are no additional costs for the services provided. So that covers both the immediate 24/7 multilingual, multicultural clinical support that's through the gateway of the app via chat or telephone, also online, as well as ongoing counseling when it's necessary. And so that's the ongoing one-on-one counseling. But there's no additional charges to that. In terms of how the student societies and their additional funding that they agreed to do, we weren't privy to that division of finances.
Point of personal privilege. Can I come up and ask it to them myself too?
Okay.
Did that answer the question?
He's just going to come up and clarify.
Hi everyone. My question is, how is the service you offer this inexpensive overall?
how is the service that you offer this inexpensive overall?
How is it inexpensive?
Why is it so inexpensive?
Oh, okay, good question. Okay, it's an economy of scale. So we've partnered with Morneau Chappelle, and Megan can speak more to this perhaps. Morneau Chappelle is a Canadian organization. It's one of the world. It is the world's largest counseling organization, and they have 5 fully redundant clinical call centers that run 24/7 across Canada. So these clinical call centers house the clinicians and the staff that are triaging and answering the chats and the calls. And these economies of scale, since we launched, like an EAP program, which many employees have, this economy of scale of servicing students out of a clinical call center 24/7 is what provides it. So the same model as an EAP, which staff at many organizations would have access to. Megan, I'm not sure if you want to.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only thing under the age of 25 seems to prefer is digital. It's telephone and it's chat. And those tend to be less expensive clinical utilizations. You're not visiting in person as often. So we can really, as Christine was saying, economies of scale, we can really offer a good price because the majority of the interactions that are coming through tend to be chat and tend to be telephone, which just generally speaking, aren't as expensive as someone visiting an in-person counselor and taking an hour of their time. Some counseling interventions might be a 10-minute chat at 3 in the morning. So they're not really necessarily following what you think of as a typical counseling session that could be an hour in duration or 45 minutes in duration. It might just be a short term, I need 10 minutes to talk to someone and I'm done. And then that may repeat itself a number of times. So it's sort of a different, it's a counseling model, but it may be a little bit different than what you sort of think of as a traditional in-person 45 minutes to an hour counseling session.
All right, thank you very much. Before we continue question period, seeing as question period has been exhausted, can we have a motion to extend question period? Councillor Mackey, for how long? 10 minutes. We have a motion for a 10-minute extension. Do we have a second? Recognizing Senator Lametti. All those in favor? All those opposed? As recognizing a clear majority in favor, the 10-minute extension is granted. Councillor Fucky? We'll recognize the temporary departure of Councillor Fucky at 19:35. Are there any councillors with further questions? Senator Lametti? Senator Lametti, I'd advise you to come. Thank you.
Hi, so 2 questions. First of all, are there any referrals to physicians, for example, psychiatrists, through the application? And second of all,
how you want us to refer students to. Do you want them to refer back to campus for sort of those higher needs, to campus health center, whatever the case might be? And if not, we certainly can refer out to community as well. Part of our EAP practice is having a robust community referral department. So we also have community referrals we can refer out to and knowledge of where to send students for particular needs. So at every intervention is really a danger to themselves or others in that moment. This is where we contacting emergency services to get that immediate.
Yes. Are there any councillors or anyone with questions at this time? Seeing none, thank you everyone for your report, and have a good night.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You too. Good night.
Okay. All right, as such, we have a motion to go with that. For this, just given the amount of technological issues we had with that, we're going to, so for any questions specifically on the motion regarding SMU Keep Me Safe fee referendum question, all questions can be referred to the VP Student Life. So the VP Student Life can motivate.
Also, just in case, I think, yes, Dakota is still here from PGSS, so he can help me as well. So, like they said, Keep Me Safe is the 24/7 online and in-person mental health services that PGSS, SMU, and MCSS, as well as several other like stakeholders, have come to an understanding as the right vendor. It is $2.75 per student per semester, and it offers mental health services around the clock. So it's a great complement for McGill services and where we are searching for more care. It's quite comprehensive in the motion. This will be replacing Empower Me. Empower Me will not be renewed. So, yes.
terms of resources, so we offer a library of books about eating disorders, disordered eating, and recovery. We're also in the process of expanding this by buying more books. We have a very large list of referral to other places to seek information and services that are available online, like support phone lines, support text lines, things like that, as well as like websites with information. And then we also offer referral information on places where people who are ready and comfortable seeking clinical care can find that in Montreal, and will help them navigate finding that. This includes places to find non-diet dietitians, which is specifically a dietitian that's safer and more helpful for someone experiencing an eating disorder or disordered eating to go to, as well as places for clinical care that are accessible to Anglophones and international students, two groups that do have harder times finding a place to be treated for this issue, as well as for most mental health issues.
And in addition to having like referral information for all these places, we also have a lot of working relationships with groups within Quebec and like Canada. So as we said before, at NEB, but we've also met like with a lot of portions of McGill and have a great relationship with BACA and the Douglas Institute, and have already received trainings from them.
If you could just go back, sorry. So in terms of advocacy and public education, we're in the process of working on a McGill eating disorder clinic closure report. So the campaign coordinator prior to myself did an access to information request for McGill for all information related to the 2017 closure of McGill's eating disorder clinic. And we're working on compiling a report with that information in combination with interviews we're working on setting up with people who were in the clinic at the time to see what happened to those people after they were unable to receive this treatment in one place on campus. So we're working on compiling that report, and it should be available in a couple of months. We also, in terms of public education, have just finished Eating Disorder Awareness Week. It was the first week of February this year, and it started last year, like Sophia mentioned earlier. So for that, we have a couple of different events of different kinds. We had panels with a dietitian. We had panels with stakeholders in the community who work on this issue, and we had an event that was more student-centric and involved art and poetry around disordered eating, eating disorders, and mental illness. And then we also participate in Mental Illness Awareness Week, which was also started 2 years ago. I believe the slide says 2019, but I think it was started fall 2018. That's an error on my part, and I apologize. So that's another place in which we do a lot of work to raise awareness. We also do tabling and awareness raising outside of these weeks, but those are kind of the two like big pushes in the year. In development in terms of advocacy and public education is training for other people working to support students and improve mental health at McGill, such as floor fellows, peer support center volunteers, and people working in athletics. We've been speaking with the peer support center specifically a lot recently about providing a training for their volunteers and active listeners. So in the press, we've just recently been featured in the CBC for the kind of peer support we're providing. And then we also have articles from the McGill Tribune and the Bull and Bear. So if anyone wants to click through to those and just see what other people have to say about us, feel free, I suppose.
VP External.
Thank you both for coming and for your report. Like, this has a great time, so I'm glad you're happy to be back.
VP External, we have not begun question period. Are you asking? That's just part of their presentation. Seeing that we will begin question period, but seeing that we have began and ended our first
intervene and teaches them like best strategies for intervention in those cases?
Are you talking specifically in the context of support groups?
Yes.
Yeah, so I don't know exactly the details of it because we wrote that up a while ago, and like I take care of mostly managing, but that is definitely something that we addressed in the training manual, and like have had conversations with some of the institutes that also hold support groups. Like ANEB holds francophone support groups, but we'll be holding anglophone support groups. But we've definitely done research on that because we're all pretty aware that that does build up, and that's why there's some guidelines that also don't really restrict on what people should talk about, but like specific details that can lead to competitive behaviors around people in the support groups. But also the facilitators are aware of that and know where to intervene in those situations.
Thank you very much. Senator Lametti.
So thanks for taking up a service that McGill let go of, as happens very often. My question is related to your needs assessment. I didn't see it in your presentation or in the report of the service committee, so I was wondering what sort of needs assessment did you do to figure out what level of services you had to provide, what sort of fee you had to provide, how many positions you needed to respond to the needs of the community?
Can you be more specific about what you mean when you say positions? Do you mean coordinator positions or in terms of like volunteer support?
Both, I guess. Just in other words, how did you determine the number of people that needed to run the service, what services you would prioritize, where the money would go, how you decided what the fee should be, things like that?
I can talk about part of that, and then Sophia can talk about part of that. But in terms of deciding the structure of the executive, the Eating Disorder Resource and Support Center has been running all of this fall, doing trainings, and has been offering support for several months now. So we know how many coordinators we need to run our services because we're running them right now. But we're doing that currently on an almost all volunteer basis, except for me. And that's not sustainable year over year for our coordinators or for the service itself. So we are not going to be able to do that as a service externally to SMU, but the coordinator structure is set up the way it is because that's what we're doing now, so we know what our needs are in terms of labor.
Yeah, and in terms of like our structure for coordinators and volunteers, volunteers, we set up a pretty big number and like basically define how much we were going to provide support and how many times a week, and that was based off of like assumptions, but also through a survey that we passed through. But also in terms of the coordinator structure, we've been expanding progressively. So we started about a year ago, and we've been expanding our services progressively through trainings and then events and support. And as we see need, we've been creating more positions and posting them and then finding more people. So it's really been a progressive defining it through both like calculations, surveys, and talking to people, but also through like test driving and actually functioning, and then seeing what we have the capacities to do and what we don't have the capacities to do and where we need more.
All right, thank you. Before we resume question period, just a reminder to counselors, as per usual, all of you are being broadcasted on the live stream. As such, we would like to remind you to practice professionalism at all times. Just carry yourself well for the camera, please, and for the respect of your fellow counselors. Yes, thank you very much. Okay, are there any further questions at this time? Member of the gallery.
I'm CSS. I understand that at my campus, DHNUS, if I said it properly, the Dietetics and Human Nutrition Student Organization Society, something like that, they also have a program regarding eating disorders. I don't know if you're working with them or you'll be willing to work with them as well so it can reach everyone at McGill.
So we had a couple conversations with them. I had them personally last year, and we had a couple more messages this year, specifically around Eating Disorder Awareness Week. So we already have kind of that connection, but this year we discussed tabling, and that didn't really work out because it was the middle of the day, and none of us had the capacity to go over there. And hopefully as we expand, we'll have more capacity to send people to actually Mac campus or have volunteers who like go there. But yeah, right now we don't really have the ability to offer services there because even finding space this year, we had to do it without the university center or and through working with McGill directly. But we do have that relationship. We haven't built that much off from it, but it's definitely something that we're willing to explore.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any further questions? Councillor Duckett?
Hi, thank you for your presentation. My question has to do with, I don't know if this is for you or for anyone who might know, you said in 2017 McGill closed their clinic for eating disorder, their program. Do you know why or what their reasoning was for closing in 2017?
Yeah, I'm not Martin Gauthier specifically, so I can't give all the details of it. But yeah, it was basically because of the feasibility of spending that much money. I don't remember exactly the numbers, but I think it was like $700,000 per year. It was something like that, around that number. So it was a pretty huge number, but it's also a very necessary service. And also I want to specify, we discussed it in a bit in the presentations, but we're a peer-led support group, so we're not here to replace McGill. We're just giving a need that.
Thank you very much. We have exhausted the question period. Is there a motion to extend? All right, seeing none, we thank you for your time tonight. Okay, moving on, we have we also have, so we have a recommendation. So as such, there's going to be a vote on this. And so I will vote. I will make sure it's open right now. Oh. Yeah, sorry, that was, yes, you can just wait one moment, please. You can motivate. Please state your name, spell your name for the records of the minutes, personal constituency and personal pronouns if you choose to do so.
All right, hello. My name is Adeline Wang, ADELINEWANG. I am the Services Administrative Assistant as well as the Chair of the Services Review Committee. The mandate of the Services Review Committee is to review all 15 services at McGill to just make sure that what they're providing is in line with what's required of them as regulated in the internal regulations. The service committee is comprised of the VP Student Life, the VP Finance, the VP Internal, the services representative, myself, and 2 members at large. So earlier in January and on February 12th, we met with the Eating Disorder Resource and Support Center, and we received a presentation as you did today. And what the committee found was that the Eating Disorder Resource and Support Center's mandate does align with what is expected of services. We believe that the services, the referrals, the advocacy, awareness, education that they provide are unique, and the specific nature of eating disorders and disordered eating should have its own service. And so with that, the Services Review Committee recommends that the Eating Disorder Resource and Support Center be instated as a service.
Thank you very much. As such, we will begin voting as soon as the voting is opened. Councillor Fucky.
I move to vote by unanimous consent.
Voting has already begun.
Okay, thank you.
Point of personal privilege.
Councillor Duckett.
Can we make the forms fixable again so we can get proxies to vote on the same device?
Oh yes, this was the only one I forgot to change. Yeah,
No
you're
worries.
good now.
Thank you.
We will announce the closure of voting in 15 seconds. With that, voting has closed. We'll announce the closure of voting. The results are of the motion 24 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 abstain. The motion is unanimously approved. Just to let councillors be aware, due to the reshuffling of the agenda, governance documents researcher Jamal will not be able to present tonight, given that he has to leave by 8:30. Moving on, we will go to number 8, the Services Review Committee. Name, personal pronouns, spell your name for the purpose of the minute, and personal pronouns if you choose to do so.
Okay, hi, Adeline again, ADELINE, Services Assistant, and the chair of the Services Review Committee. So, as previously mentioned, the Services Review Committee meets bi-weekly to, as previously stated, to make sure that the services provided at McGill stay within their mandate as regulated by the internal regulations. And I apologize for the mistake in the goals section. Please ignore the sentence that was not finished. So how we went about reviewing the services this year, there were 4 main things that we looked at, and those are direct service audits, an external survey to the student population, an internal survey that was sent out to the services themselves, and lastly looking at constitutions. Yes, so the services will be graded based on their utilization, how well they're fulfilling their mandate, if their mandate does align with what is expected of them. We will also be taking into account the service audits that we performed, so this would be members of the committee would go try out the services and report back to the committee with their feedback. And we take into account external feedback from the students as well. The services will be graded on a scale of pass with reservations, or a fail. And if a service fails, they have 1 month to act on the recommendations from the committee. Yes. And as of right now, we are still in the process of reviewing the services. All direct service audits have been completed, and now we are just looking to receive all the answers from our internal and external feedback forms to compile the full report, which will be submitted in April. Thank you.
Thank you very much. With that, are there any questions on the report of the Services Review Committee? All right, there are none. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on, we have number 9 question. Smooth President.
I move that we bring 13E to right now by suspending the standing rules.
He's going to leave at 8:30 regardless, so. Oh, it's 8:31. Would you be willing to protract that? Okay. All right, moving on. We have number 9 question period. I'll tell you. Okay. Yeah, question period. Are there any individuals with questions at this time? It's just a general question period. Senator Lametti.
Thank you. There was a statement that was published by the McGill Daily regarding endorsements of candidates for the SMU election. In that statement, I believe there was indication that there would have been a miscommunication on the part of Election SMU, that the regulations were not followed. So I was wondering if we could obtain clarifications regarding this. Is the integrity of the election safe? Or what happened?
SMU President.
If the the governance manager would be willing to speak on this issue, as she's the direct supervisor of elections SMU now.
Hello. Thank you for your question. So essentially the statement that went out by the McGill Daily, can everybody hear me? Okay. The statement that went out, essentially what had happened was there was a miscommunication and a misunderstanding between the campus media, essentially, and Election SMU. We have been in communication with the McGill Daily, and I do believe that there is a statement that was also published by Election SMU on their social media. If you would like to review it, it explains in further detail what had happened. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions at this time? Senator Lametti.
Thank you. Just another question. Is there any reason why we couldn't know in advance that the governance documents researcher would not be there before there were changes made to the agenda?
Yeah, so I only received a definitive answer after that. It was a bit up in the air for a little while. Are there any further questions at this time? Councillor Faki?
Thank you. So I don't know if most people in council know there's a new app called Weights that tracks the number of students in libraries. I'd just like to ask the executives if they were aware that this app was published or became a thing. I know it was something campaigned or motivated by previous executives from previous years, but I wanted to know if they had consulted you this year before they eventually published it, because they do track students' phones and Wi-Fi and Bluetooth. Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. VP University Affairs.
Thank you for this question. So I talked a little bit about this in my report last council, but to go into more detail, so yes, this is something that the previous executive had apparently asked for, was not communicated to me. So myself and the Library Improvement Fund Commissioner have biweekly check-in meetings with library administration, and they only informed us that this had happened after they had already signed a contract with Waits OccuSpace, and it was then these sensors were already installed in the library. So we only found out once the collection period of data had already begun and the calibration for the app had already begun. Since then they invited us to a meeting with Waits OccuSpace, and the founder followed me on LinkedIn, which is fucking weird, but whatever. Anyway, all this to say that we were not told in advance by either the former executives or the library. I'm also quite concerned about it, to be honest. So apparently what happens is that Waits OccuSpace collects individual Wi-Fi and Bluetooth signals, but it only stores it in aggregate. The McGill Library, however, does own this data in aggregate, and they're going to use that data to refine how Waits OccuSpace functions in the future, how they change their seating requirements, their seating allocations in the library in the future. That being said, I have not seen a contract. I have not seen any more information about how the data is actually decrypted, how it's actually stored, and where it's stored in the library, and that's quite concerning to me. So I'm currently in communication with the Library Improvement Fund Commissioner about what the next steps are regarding this, but we have expressed our concerns about this to the administration. They are aware. That being said, it's an interesting innovation, but we also don't know sort of what the call for tender looked like, what the other partners looked like. It's two frat bros from UC San Diego, so all this to say, I can go into more detail. I realize time is running out, but we are also equally concerned in conversation with them, and yeah.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions at this time? Councillor Morali?
Just as a follow-up, does that mean that the McGill administration like consented on behalf of the student body to having our data collected by this company?
Question period has been exhausted. Can we have a motion to extend? Okay. All right. Well, with that, question period has been exhausted. Is there any motion to extend at this time? Seeing none, we will move on to recess and consent items. So within your drive, there is, as usual, the councillor voting directions. Consent approval has everything on discussion that is in the not so discussed thus far. Just to remind councillors, if you wish to debate, vote debate. But if this is to vote to approve motions that are non-contentious. So if they aren't contentious to you, this is just to be done to improve expediency. So yeah, and a blank vote will be seen as an abstain, but not counted in regards to if something will be passed unanimously or brought to a debate. So with that, we will begin our 5-minute recess beginning at 20:38. Voting is now open.
what you just brought up with improving the OSP and access to OSP services and how they treat students.
Such that faculties can develop strike mandates for the week of March 30th till whatever the Friday of that week is. This is, as mentioned last semester, in order to shift labor off of key organizers, because affinity groups tend to do a lot of the work around this campus rather than utilizing faculty associations, which have actually a greater access to just a sort of base to be able to touch every student and really suss out like what support for these mandates looks like. So if you're in a position to help, utilize your faculty association for communication strategy or financial assistance or room bookings or whatever, you can get in touch with me. You can get in touch with campaigns@smu.ca or the CJAM organizers themselves.
Thank you very much. VP UA. Oh. VP UA, I still have announcements to make, so I'd look favorable on extension. Can we have a motion to extend recognizing Councillor Butkar for how long? 5-minute extension. Can we have a second? Councillor Ramey, all those in favor? All those opposed? The majorities have it. There's a 5-minute extension granted. VP University Affairs.
Thanks. Two quick announcements. One, the submission form for the Library Improvement Fund Committee proposal period for the winter 2020 semester is still open on the UA Facebook page. My second announcement is that there's a form also on the UA Facebook page. It is a survey about the usage of preferred names at McGill University. So if you or anyone you know has had difficulty with McGill failing to recognize or utilize your preferred name or personal pronouns, please do fill out this form or send it to those who may be relevant. Folks who fill it out can also opt to do a paid interview as well. So this is being run in collaboration with QPERG McGill and Queer McGill, and please promote in your circles.
VP Finance.
Hello? Okay, it's all good. The reopening of the University Centre is delayed by another 2 months. There's really not much more to it than that, except it's become very clear that McGill doesn't really realize what an impact that's having on student groups, how much money it is costing student groups. So in the most recent notification to the student body, there is also a link to a form. You can put whatever you'd like in that form. You can just put a bunch of capital A's, and that's how you're feeling about the building closure. Do it. We will be compiling the best of those responses, most of those responses, all of those responses, and slapping them on the desk of Fabrice Lebeau so he can see what this closure is actually doing to students, and hopefully that will get some action out of the McGill administration, which has been sorely lacking for the last 2 years.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions at this, further announcements at this time? All right, seeing none. Oh, no, SMU President.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I have two more announcements. First of all, we're having issues with the live stream because of high data usage in this room. Specifically, that's the reason why it seems that we're unable to have proper audio. So if people could try not to use, streaming services or video or download any large files right now, that would be very much appreciated. Secondly, the board of directors is super pleased to announce the hiring of a brand new general manager after 5 months. We're pleased to welcome Mr. Daniel Dufour as our new general manager. He'll be starting next Monday. So we're slowly going to be phasing him in his duties as our new general manager. So you'll expect to see him at our next legislative council, maybe a few committee meetings if they're held during business hours. So if you ever get the chance to see him at the SMU office, come by, say hi. He'll be our new general manager for the long haul. We'd like to thank the student body for their patience during this time as we've been dealing and mitigating with the absence of the general manager. But from now on, during this transition period, we ask for extended patience while he gets up to speed and continuing to serve our students. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any further announcements at this time? All right, seeing none, I'm just going to announce the last announcement I have. Seeing with the amount of late motions that we had submitted from the floor today, I'd just like to personally remind you that this practice of submitting late motions was completely discouraged. Not only does it do a disservice to me and the parliamentarian, increasing the workload of both of our positions, it also does a disservice to your fellow councillors, giving them a lack of proper time required for review of the motion, as well as just proper well-educated discussion. With no further announcement, well, are there any further announcements at this time? Oh, we'll recognize the return of Councillor Morali at 2056. Are there any further announcements at this time? Seeing none, we will move on to 12A, motion regarding the creation of a services committee. Pardon? Oh, you were right. Thank you very much. So now we have motion regarding affordable student housing plan. VP external.
Hello. All right, let's debate this. So, plans versus policies. Plans regard capacity building. We don't really have a lot of work that we do with regards to affordable student housing, so this just outlines a 5-year plan for how we can go from where we are now to where we can be. All background and rationale, resource implications, etc. are in the policy, or rather the plan, sorry. So if you have any questions after having read the policy, I'm comfortable to answer them.
Thank you very much. VP External will now enter question period. Are there any questions at this time? Councillor Duckett.
Hi, thanks for the report. I read it. It was great. The question I have is, were any consultations completed with Shush or McGill as a whole, the administration?
VP External.
Yeah, so insofar as this is a SMU housing plan, it doesn't particularly integrate to the efforts of McGill regarding affordable housing, most notably because there aren't any. Like, the IRC rep does sit on the Affordable Housing Committee, so insofar as that acts as a sort of consultative liaison with the Inter-Residence Council, sure. I'll point out that SHHS is a self-funded unit and is able to sustain itself by price gouging students on things including housing, so I don't really understand your question, I guess.
Just wondering.
Councillor, okay. Are there any further questions at this time? Seeing none, we will move to debate. Are there any individuals wishing to intervene at this time? VP External.
Yeah, obviously encourage you to vote yes on this motion. Just of note is that vacancy rates below 3% constitute a housing crisis. Vacancy rates in the Plateau, Montreal, which witnesses the highest proportion of students for any one region in Montreal for McGill students, has vacancy rates below 2%. This means if you're looking for an apartment, like in a panic, it's like, oh, wow, and you only have like 3 apartments that are open, like you're much less likely to challenge what might seem like an unreasonable rent hike or like bad living conditions, etc. So I think working towards capacity building, awareness raising, and actual construction of affordable housing, as outlined in this plan, is quite necessary at this time.
Thank you very much, VP External. Are there any other interventions desired at this time? All right, seeing none, we will move to a vote. I will just open the vote. Voting's now open. Did someone vote as you? Someone. Yeah, see. Just wait, just wait. Oh, just wait, just wait. I don't think so. I think. Yeah, I think you voted right. No, I think you did. I think you're fine. All right, we'll announce the closure of voting in 15 seconds. All right, voting is now closed. We'll announce the closure. Okay. With 21 in favor, 1 opposed, and 1 abstain, the motion passes. Moving on to motion to 12C, motion regarding plan on club. Sorry, thank you. Moving on to 13A, notice of motion regarding financial matters of council policy. VP Finance.
So yeah, this is something I just quickly looked at with Councillor Chase. It might change a little bit in its form between now and next week when it comes to council with a couple of amendments. The reason being is because I had a midterm yesterday and I had to study for it. And I also have a deferred final on Monday, so sorry about that. Essentially, the gist of the motion is to ensure that there is a process for creating financial data around motions of council before they're brought to the council. Before they're brought to council, so that means consulting with either the vice president of finance at the time, or the SMU's controller, or SMU's general manager. The reason being is that some motions passed by council can have serious financial implications that aren't really reviewed beforehand, which then puts the board in a very difficult spot as to whether to overturn, send back a motion to council, or to accept it and try and reallocate the resources. So just doing this before the motions come to council removes that issue and gives council more information when they're voting on a motion. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you very much, VP Finance. Moving on, we have 13B, notice regarding SMU referral, motion regarding SMU referral services fee, referendum question. VP Student Life, to motivate.
Thank you. So the referral services are Nightline Queer McGill, Union for Gender Empowerment, or UGE, and the new Eating Disorder Resource and Support Center. So I believe these, the fund hasn't changed since 2006. So inflation has obviously happened, and like things cost a lot more since the last 14 years. So they are asking for an increase of it's increasing from $1.75 to $3.35.
Thank you very much. We'll now begin question period. Are there any questions at this time? Senator Lametti.
Thanks. So 2 questions. One, what's the plan if this referendum fails? And second of all, what's the plan if there is a higher proportion of students who opt out of the fee and you can't make enough to account for your budgets for these services?
So if it doesn't pass, then basically they would not have money for a year or a semester, and then we would have to go back to ask. If people opt out, that's normal, and they'll just have to shift around their budgets.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions at this time? I'd just like to note once again, we are on a live stream. As such, people can see you, and we expect a high level of professionalism from you. And just please be wary of what is being broadcasted on your screens, and more so, refrain from making any sort of gestures or poor impressions in front of the camera. Thank you. Okay, moving on. We'll move on to debate. Are there any individuals wishing to intervene in debate at this time? SPU President.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd just like to commend the Vice President Student Life for taking the time to create this and do the proper consultations with these services as to figure out exactly what their needs are and to ensure that we continue to serve the student population that takes advantage of these services to the best of our ability. I'm in full support of this. I encourage others to vote in favor of this as well, and provided this passes, to campaign in favor for it. These services provide a valuable and essential service provision for members of our community that need this sort of help, and it would be a shame to see this fail and for us to be in a pretty bad financial situation without proper service provision for our students. So once again, I will be voting in favor of this, and I encourage others to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any further interventions desired at this time? Seeing none, we will move to a vote. The voting form is now open. We'll announce the closure of voting in 15 seconds. Voting has officially closed. The results are as follows: 24 in favor, 0 opposed, and 0 abstaining. The motion is unanimously carried. Moving on, we have the motion regarding the SMU Club Fund Fee Referendum, question 220227. VP Student Life to Motivate.
It's me again. Hello. So this is coming back because at the time the last fee was proposed, back in October, the samosa situation had not happened. So basically this is to cover the food handling and sales permit, and then a little bit to fund the club's portal. Before, as you might remember, in the fall semester, we were asking for a $5 increase due to the $4 per semester per student insurance plan that we were looking at. We have forgone this, so it is an 82-cent increase per semester.
Thank you very much, VP Student Life. Are there any questions at this time? SMU President.
Thank you. So for clarity, if this fee question were to go to referendum and the fee increase were to pass, clubs and services would no longer have to pay the $25 fee and would be taken completely from the club fund. Is that correct?
VP Student Life?
Yes, so the permit fee as well as the service kit will be free.
Are there any further questions at this time? Seeing none, we will move to debate. Councillor Duckett.
Okay, so no one likes samosas more than I do. In fact, I was one of the 2 only SMU people to go to the samosa protest. But I'm concerned that our solution to this is passing another fee. I don't think it's necessarily the most appropriate way to just solve all our problems by feeing it out. I think there are other alternatives in terms of avenues we should try, at least before charging this to the student body, such as trying to advocate to McGill Public Health, or no, Montreal Public Health, and try to get this. I find the whole situation ridiculous in general that we have to even pay for such a permit, and so I'll be opposing this motion on this pure principle that I don't think this is something we just push off to the students.
Thank you very much. VP External.
Insofar as my office has the resources to be able to pursue something like that, I was wondering if the councillor could clarify what he meant by like lobbying the City of Montreal and what that would look like.
As this is debate, we will first entertain other interventions. Senator Lametti.
So first of all, in response to the idea of advocating to public health to not have to follow the rules, I think that safety and security are more important than that. So I think that would be counterproductive and against our core values. What I also think is against our core values is subsidizing the price of samosas. It is in effect a regressive tax where all students contribute to pay for people who want to buy food on campus, while the students with less financial resources have to stick to the cheaper option, bringing food themselves. So I don't think that's fair, and I think it's, again, against our values. I know it's not politically expedient. I know we all like the standard pricing of samosas, but the cost of having safe food is the cost of having safe food. And if you want cheap, affordable, safe food on campus, there is Midnight Kitchen. And I think that's where we should be concentrating our resources if you want affordable food and things like that. So for that reason, I will also be voting against this motion. I don't think it's appropriate for us to be subsidizing samosas with all students' money.
Thank you very much. Councillor Chan. Councillor Chan, you may continue.
All right, thank you. I hope the record shows that I too am pro samosa and particularly pro price fixing for samosas. But in particular, I think that it's important to appreciate that clubs rely on this funding. And as we've mentioned throughout this year, samosas are essential for McGill culture. But I think that we really shouldn't overlook the fact that clubs really do rely on this funding, and having to pay the $25 fee or 15, I'm not exactly sure what it is, but X dollar fee to have that sale is counterproductive for the very purpose of a sale, which is to generate revenue for the good service that clubs serve on campus.
Thank you very much, Councillor Chan. Councillor Flaherty.
Thanks. I would like to echo that. Obviously, I'm the club's rep. I'm going to advocate for club interests, and it's really been an impediment to club funding and club culture to have to go through this $25 fee. It really reduces the margins. But more than that, in terms of affordability of food on campus, the reality is that like the CAF in this building, a lot of the options are pretty ridiculous. There was like a $12 sandwich that had like a tomato on it I saw the other day, and a toonie for samosas is a more affordable option, obviously. Price fixing is a little problematic, but I think that this is really important for the McGill community. We have tried to work to make this fee as low as possible, bringing it like 40 cents down, I think, from what we were originally thinking. And I think that this is something that students will probably get behind, hopefully, if we do our job well conveying the importance of this. But if there are any more concerns, I would love to hear them.
Thank you very much, Councillor Flaherty. Councillor Chase.
My one concern with this motion is that I think that what we're essentially doing is we are subsidizing clubs to be able to then go make money, and it seems like it would make much more sense for us to give the money to the clubs in the first place instead of doing this, especially because revenue from samosas are practically about the amount of the margin of that it costs for the permit. So I think that in order to help clubs, it would be better to just give them the money instead of making them sit out at a table for a few hours trying to make a few bucks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Chase. Are there any further interventions at this time? VP Student Life.
Yeah. Earlier today, we passed the plans on clubs and services as SSMU's highest priority. In that, it does actually stipulate that we should try to support our clubs as much as possible in terms of their fundraising, in terms of their financial, levying, I guess. Also, this fee will not only pay for the samosa permits, but it'll also pay for the club portal, which is very important for club management and doing outreach for clubs.
Thank you very much, VP Student Life. We'll now take an intervention from the member of the gallery. As per usual, please state your name, spell it for the purpose of the minutes, constituency, and personal pronouns if you choose to do so.
Hi, Alex Karasik, Samosa Advocate. So I'd like to actually echo what was said by the club's representative. There is almost no cheap food around here. Everyone remembers how much it cost at that Premier Moisson in the basement of Red Path. There really isn't that many options. So I get the idea of, well, maybe we should give the money to the clubs directly, but the point of a samosa sale is that we can get cheap food. And I'll be honest, I kind of like getting a lunch that cost me $2. It's pretty good.
Thank you very much. Senator Lametti.
Thank you. I also like cheap food. What I don't like is having the cheap food subsidized by the student body at large, including by students who cannot benefit from these sales, including students who would not buy them for budgetary reasons because sometimes even $2 is over your budget. So that's what I don't like. I think that even if students were to pay the actual price of a samosa with proper health and safety requirements, it would still remain the cheapest food on campus. So I don't really see the problem. If you want cheap food on campus, there's Midnight Kitchen, you could bring your own food. That's how it should be. I think it's a dangerous precedent if we adopt it as our mission as a student society to subsidize food, and this is just going to be a recurring problem. As the price increases, we're going to feel this commitment to keep the price low and funnel more and more money away from the club fund to subsidize samosa sales instead of funding clubs, which is what the purpose of the club fund is for.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fantaccini.
Yeah, I kind of want to build on what Councillor Chan said a while ago, and the big part they. Someone else talk so it's less awkward. There we go. Whew, rough start for the kid. Anyways, I like to build on what Councillor Chan said, and it sounds dumb, but like it's really kind of like an investment to help McGill culture. Like about 2 days ago, I was actually doing a samosa sale at lunch, and like I was surprised how many students, profs, TAs, like, oh my God, they're back. They were talking about how like sad they were to walk through Leacock like 132 in like November, and how they were like sad. So like I think our job as a student society is to help out students, and in a year with no BDA, GERTS, and the loss of our samosas, we should really do all we can to help out the students and help build the culture on campus as our job as SSMU. And it is an opt-outable fee, so I think that also helps neglect the concerns about affordability.
Thank you very much. Councillor Morali.
I just have a question about the clubs portal part of the fee. I know that like the last time I went to referendum, it got shut down. The student body voted against it. I'm worried that this fee is going to be seen as samosas, but then also trying to just like slip the clubs portal fee. Have you like addressed maybe any concerns that I know it's not a question period, but that like the student body has had and like why it got shut down, and like a way that this is that students will know they're voting for both and not just the club's fee as a like slipped under the door with the samosa.
Just a side note, we encourage councillors who have not yet participated in debate to please raise their placards at any time of their choosing. That being said, are there any individuals wishing to intervene in debate? Councillor Duckett.
Okay, so the point I wanted to make earlier was that I think it sets a dangerous precedent for us to just solve all of the problems that pop up by passing more fees. I think the student body is already pretty mad that we pass a lot of fees in general. And just to respond to the VP External's point from like a while ago, I don't want to say that I'm openly recommending we advocate and lobby the Montreal Public Health. I'm saying we should try to explore avenues other than passing a fee before we pass a fee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other further VP Student Life?
So to respond to Councillor Morali's question, from what I understand, actually, the reason why it didn't pass was because of the high amount, and that was attributed mostly to the insurance. Furthermore, like I've received consultation and feedback from people who have actually told me that they're really still interested in having a club portal. I know that there's a couple of counselors as well as like candidates who actually have like promised it as well. So I think it'll still be like very obvious that it's for both.
Thank you very much. Councillor Ramey.
I would just like to bring up the fact that regardless of whether or not we pass a fee, it still goes to referendum. So just like it's a solution that we're pursuing, it's not necessarily us imposing it on anyone as well. I would like to remind people that a lot of faculty or department associations as well as clubs have to have fundraisers, and samosas are a pretty standard way with like everyone knows what to do and they're pretty easy to get people. So it's like it's a good institution that McGill once had, and I think we should at least propose solutions that would help support that.
Thank you very much. Councillor Chase.
I will say that even though I am not too thrilled with the subsidization, I will still be voting in favor of the fee because of the club portal. I can say that as a former VP finance of a club, that the idea of the lack of the club portal is just absurd, because there's a bunch of there's a bunch of things that were just flying around through emails, and nothing was really centralized. So I think that this club portal will really help all club executives be able to manage their own clubs.
Thank you very much. Are there any further interventions at this time? Councillor Flaherty.
Great, thank you, Speaker. First of all, I wanted to thank Councillor Morali for the note on marketing. I'm going to be helping with the Yes campaign because I think this is really important. So it's good to know that we should also be pushing the club portal aspect of it a lot because that is going to be so valuable. We've looked at it and yeah, it's really stuff that's going to make it exponentially easier to operate clubs on campus. In terms of passing fees to just get rid of our issues and the question of it just being more and more, I think the samosa gate or whatever was really out of left field, and this is really one of the only solutions to our problems. I agree. I don't think we should be forgoing health and safety codes, and I don't think there's any way to get around this that's not making clubs pay $25. And since clubs are our highest priority, I think that this is really valuable for them.
Thank you very much, Councillor Flaherty. Councillor Ramey.
Can I yield my time back to Councillor Flaherty?
Yes. Councillor Flaherty.
Also, I've found with the closure of the University Center, Midnight Kitchen is quite inaccessible. I don't even know where to get them, and where to access it other than at council. And I could probably fix that with a quick Google search, but I don't think it's a service that many people can utilize. One of the beautiful things about samosas was the accessibility. It's literally just on your way to class. But yeah, I really do want to make that kind of besides the point because the clubs portal and supporting clubs fundraising efforts is really important to the fabric of our community as a huge campus that can be really isolating at times.
Thank you very much, Councillor Flaherty. Councillor Duckett.
I kind of take issue with the arguments that this is completely impeding clubs from fundraising. The landscape of fundraising is one that's constantly changing. This prevents food fundraising from being as effective, but I think clubs will have to adapt, as they would for many other reasons, to the fundraising changes and just fundraise in different ways to make up their money.
Thank you very much, Councillor Duckett. Are there any further questions at this time? We'll now take intervention from member of the gallery.
Hi, in response to, I think it's nice and all to talk about, I guess like the free market of fundraising, I guess is the way I'd put it. But like, we're just making it kind of pointlessly hard for clubs now. Like, oh, find a new way to fundraise, cool. But like, that's a lot of work. It's not easy. Do you have ideas of how they're going to fundraise like that? Like, I sure don't. It's much easier said than done. I don't really get the idea of punishing them for this, which is kind of what that feels like.
Thank you very much. Are there any further interventions at this time? Senator Lametti.
Thank you. I mean, I find it a bit simplistic to say that there is no other solution than charging a fee. The other solution is to charge more for samosas, because if it costs you more to run the fundraiser and you're selling food, you should sell the food for more. That's just as simple. I don't know why everyone seems to think that the price of samosas is set by some, unnamed force that we can't change. It's a bit bizarre, actually. The other thing I don't like is it was mentioned by a councillor that we can just send questions to referendum and people will decide, so that's fine. But as I've said many times before, it's important to ask the right question. There are two real distinct issues in this referendum question. There's the clubs portal and the samosa issue. There are some people who might find the samosa issue ludicrous and agree with me that we shouldn't be subsidizing it, and thus throw out the baby with the bathwater and get rid of the clubs portal. It's very important to ask the right question. So I think that it would have been better to just have a fee increase for the clubs portal, which is objectively a good idea, will help clubs run more efficiently. I don't think that the samosa issue is one that is worth addressing by council, quite frankly.
Thank you very much, Senator Lametti. Are there any further interventions at this time? Councillor Ramey.
I think it is worth considering by council since we're bringing in the question of clubs into it. And we just established by a unanimous consent, I believe it was, that clubs are our highest priority. So I think it is worth the debate.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ramey. Councillor Duckett.
I just want to say that just because clubs are our highest priority doesn't mean they have carte blanche to do whatever they want to do with this institution. So to say that we should pass this solely because they're our highest priority, I think is a bit ignorant of the facts in the situation. Thank you.
Councillor Flaherty.
I think that the way this is being framed is really like reactionary. I don't think we're letting clubs do whatever they want just by letting the students vote on whether they want to provide like 40 cents towards helping clubs not have to pay for samosa material. I think it's kind of like absolutist language. I do understand the concerns of splitting the question maybe into clubs portals and the samosa issue, but it is also 80 cents. We've seen a lot of different fees, so to split it into like 50 and 30, I don't know if people would be that much more engaged with it. And I think that both of these things really do help clubs, and they are our highest priority, and that doesn't mean we should let them do whatever they want, but that does mean that we need to consider what we're putting forth to the student body.
Councillor Butcar.
I move to call the question.
All right, we have a move to call the question. Can we have a second? Recognizing Councillor Freed. All right, this is not debatable, so as such, all those in favor of calling the question? We'll note a clear 2/3 majority in favor. As such, the question has been called. And the question is on 13C, motion regarding SSMU Club Fund Fee Referendum Question 2020-02-27. Voting is now open. Councillor, just okay. Yes. Thank you, SSMU President. We'll announce the closure of voting in 15 seconds. We'll note the temporary departure of permanent departure of Councillor Butcar at 21:34. We'll announce the closure of voting With 14 in favor, 6 opposed, and 3 abstaining, the motion is carried. We will move on to item. Councillor Duckett.
What is quorum?
Quorum is 18. Yep. We'll move on to item 13D. Before anyone we move on to this, can someone motion for a 2-minute extension for me so I can make the voting? Okay, thank you, VP External. Can we have a second? Thank you, Councillor Wu. All those in favor? All right, 2-minute recess. Thank you. seats? Okay. Counselors, please take your seats. All right, we'll return to Legislative Council at 21. Side conversations, counselors. We will return to Legislative Council at 20. Side conversations, counselors. We will return to Legislative Council at 21:42. We will now enter 13D, motion regarding amendments to winter 2020 referendum dates. VP University Affairs.
Okay, thanks. So yeah, apologies if this motion was late. The reason being that I didn't realize that it was something that needed to be done until a while ago. This motion would amend the fee levy deadline for the winter 2020 referendum from today to 2 councils from now. Stop looking at me. From today to 2 councils from now. The reason being that on the elections page of this new website, there was no specific line item for fee levy questions. Yes, someone could have gone back into the motions, but it wasn't that publicized. So I know a couple of groups and individuals that are hoping to bring fees but didn't realize the deadline was today. Additionally, I think that this would provide an opportunity for the knowledge of who the incoming executives are to be revealed, and then those people can be consulted by the incumbent executives to see if there are any fees that they would like to have attempted to be passed on their behalf that would aid in the carrying out of their platform and campaign promises in their academic year. So those are the 2 reasons. I've already consulted with the VP Finance, the President, Election SMU, and the DIPSL's office, which is an important one because in our memorandum of agreement with McGill, it says that we have to have, as a guideline, the fee questions should be submitted to their office by March 1st, but I called their office and said, is March 12th okay? And they said yes. So if this passes, they are also okay with it.
Thank you very much, VP University Affairs. We'll now enter question period. All those with questions, Senator Lumetti.
Thank you. So thanks for acknowledging the problem with late motions. Regarding that, my question is why would the deadline for new fees be March 12th, which is in fact the day of this new Legislative Council? Why not earlier so that we have a chance to look at the questions and the motions? It seems that the deadline, the new deadline at least, would coincide exactly with the date of the Legislative Council. Why not make it a few days before so that us councillors have time to review the questions, the motions, or maybe enough for steering committee to look at them as well?
Yeah, that's fair and honestly my bad. I would be open. I know that the person who's seconding on this just sat back down, but I don't know how you feel, but I would be open to amending it to March 9th or 10th potentially, but I'm open to it, but I'm not going to motivate it because I want to see what Sam has to say.
VP Finance.
The reason it's the day of the Legislative Council is because motions that come to that council are bound by the standing rules to be submitted 1 week prior. I don't know if there's any use in sending a question that's not passed by Legislative Council off to the DIPSL for ratification, but for approval. And yeah, so councils will still have to see those a week in advance. It's important to note that the current fee deadline is tonight at midnight, technically, or by so that's why. So they'd be submitted last week for this week.
Thank you very much, VP UA and VP Finance. Are there any further? Councillor Duckett.
Would this activate immediately, so impacting us this semester, or would this be for future semesters?
VP University Affairs.
This is just a one-time change for the winter 2020 referendum period.
Any further questions at this time? Senator Lumetti.
I was wondering if you could elaborate more on your statement that it would be nice for executives-elect to be able to propose fees. If they have good ideas for fees, they should not be tied to any specific platform, and why not propose them now before the elections? I would like you to clarify why they should be tied to the election or not of a specific executive.
VP University Affairs.
That's fair. I guess in my personal case, there's two individuals running for Vice President of University Affairs. If we consulted with both of them and they both brought the fee questions, that would be in their capacity as individuals and as constituents and as members of the SSMU. But in particular, as executives elect, I think that's a different situation. I think that's particularly it relates more particularly to their campaign and their platform and not their personal interest as a student and as a member. So I know, like, speaking from experience, when I was elected, my budget had already been set, the referendum period had already passed. Yes, I could have as a member brought something forward, and I didn't do that, and I guess that's my fault, so I'm sorry. But like, I think it would be helpful to be able to have that conversation with the executive elect in their capacity as an executive elect.
Thank you very much, VP University Affairs. Are there any further questions at this time? Seeing none, we will move to debate. Councillor Faki.
Thank you. I do recognize that certain individuals and groups would benefit from this extension. However, I do know of some groups that did follow the deadline of today, and they're because of that, they have to wait till the next semester, fall 2020, to pass any of their fee motions. I understand by passing this motion, you want to be fair for the people that didn't realize that the deadline was tonight, but by doing so, you're being unfair to the people that did follow the deadline. Yeah, which is why I'll be voting no for this motion, specifically because I also spoke to some groups and I told them the deadline was today. And when spoken, we brought up about possibly postponing or delaying the deadline in previous councils, and we were told that this deadline was also set by McGill and it could not be postponed, but it's apparently not, I guess, today. So yeah, and with respect to fairness, I guess I'll be voting no.
Thank you very much, Councillor Faki. Are there any further interventions at this time? Senator Lometti.
I'd move to amend. Apologies for not sending this in writings, but it's directly changing two characters in the yellow highlighted section, changing March 12 to March 5.
That is very much an amendment. Can we have a seconder? We'll recognize Councillor Duckett. As such, we'll now entertain debate. Senator Lometti. Oh, sorry. Yes, we'll now entertain motion to your motivation.
Thank you. Just to motivate my amendment, instead of the deadline for submitting a fee being on the day of Legislative Council, I want it to be 1 week before, same as for all the motions. This would still fulfill the purpose of the motion and would be much more fair. Not perfectly fair, as alluded to the engineering by the engineering counselor, but at least it would give time for us to look over the questions and for steering committee to look over the questions as well.
Thank you very much. We'll now enter debate. Any individuals? Oh, SMU President.
Thank you, Speaker. I have concerns about changing this date specifically because while we're looking at the council-initiated side, and I agree that it makes sense to have a deadline 1 week earlier as to follow our own standing rules, for our students who wish to have a fee referendum question that's student-initiated, this puts the deadline right in the middle of reading week, which would make it inaccessible and difficult for people to be able to submit their questions, get the proper signatures for proper 100 signatures for their fee referendum question. So I just wanted the movers and the seconders of this amendment to respond to that, because while this solves one issue, this creates a brand new one in my mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, SMU President. Senator Lometti.
Regarding that, I think it's important to note that this is already an exceptional extension of the deadline and that these sorts of steps should have been taken already. Starting a new fee is not something to be done lightly. Presumably, these have already been worked on. If they're to be presented in 2 weeks, they would not be for entirely new things. So I do think it's perfectly appropriate to make the deadline 1 week from now because the work should have already been done to research these fees. It's not something you can do in 1 or 2 weeks anyway. So I think that this is much more fair to council. It's much more fair to our democratic process, and will result in us bringing better decisions, better questions to referendum than it being possible to bring a fee question during Legislative Council because the deadline is 10 p.m. I think that would be much worse, in fact.
Thank you very much, Senator Lometti. Are there any further interventions on the amendment? SMU President.
My concern still remains about student-initiated questions. Would the senator be amenable to separating the different fee questions? So if it's a council-initiated fee question, to have this date, and if it's a student-initiated fee question, to have the current date pre-amendment.
He's not. Are there any further interventions at this time? VP University Affairs.
I would just like to apologize. I did not mean to start a 20-minute conversation. This is just a week extension. I'm not going to 2 week extension. I'm not going to die on this hill if the motion is voted down. Do whatever you want. Fine.
Thank you very much. VP University Affairs, Councillor Duckett.
Motion to call the question.
We have a motion to call the question. That's very much in order. Can we have a second? Oh yeah, motion to call the question on the amendment. Yeah, can we have a second? We'll recognize Councillor Wu. This is not debatable. All those in favor, please raise your placards. Okay. The question has been noted clear 2/3 majority. As such, the question has been called. As such, we will now move to be voting on the amendment. Please raise your placards. Can you please raise your placards higher? All those opposed? With 5 in favor, 11 opposed, and 7 abstaining, the amendment fails. We will now return to debate on the main motion. All individuals wishing to participate in debate at this time. Councillor Duckett.
Motion to call the question.
We have a motion to call the question. Do we have a second? We'll recognize Councillor Ramey. All those in favor of calling the question? Yeah. That's definitely. We'll note a clear 2/3 majority. As such, the question has been called. As such, we will now enter voting. I will turn. The voting form has now been turned on. We'll announce the closure of voting in 15 seconds. We'll note the permanent departure of Councillor Sabady at 21:56. Oh, temporary. Sorry. We'll note the temporary departure of Councillor Sabady at 21:56. We'll announce the closure of voting with 13 in favor, 3 opposed, and 6 abstaining. The motion is approved. Moving on, we have a report of the Comprehensive Governance Review Committee. SMU President.
I move that this report be postponed to next Legislative Council by special order. Special order means beyond next meeting.
SMU President, would this still be in line with the referendum dates?
Yes, it would.
Okay. When would you like to move beyond? What date?
Sorry, never mind. I moved to postpone to the next meeting.
The next
I
meeting?
apologize.
Okay, so we have a move to postpone the report of the CGRC until the March 12th meeting. Can we have a second? We'll recognize VP Finance. All those in favor? Pardon? Oh, yes, sorry. My apologies. Yeah, so we'll now enter debate on the, if you'd like to motivate.
Sure. Considering the governing documents researcher is unable to be here due to previous items of business that went over time, I don't believe it's in the best interest of the Legislative Council to go through such a important piece of our legislation without having the proper context and thinking behind it by one of our professionals, particularly the governing documents researcher. Of course, it's the will of council if we wish to discuss this now, but I personally would prefer that we take the time to have this presented by the governing documents researcher himself and have that robust debate at next legislative council with the proper backing information to be able to make an informed decision rather than have it be discussed now and not have his professional expertise. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. We'll now enter debate. All those wishing to intervene? VP External.
The governing documents researcher said that they might be available by teleconference in order to moderate the discussion. Has it been cleared with them that they can't, in fact, do that today?
I can check. I'm not sure if I can receive an answer. We can stall and we can keep debating until I hear back.
Well, we're at recess now.
Can we have a motion for a recess? Yeah, that supersedes as such. Who would like to motion that? We'll recognize Councillor Flaherty. Do we have a second? We'll recognize VP Student Life. All those in favor of laying on the table? Yeah. No, it's just majority. All right, the motion to lay on the table has been approved. As such, we will move on to item 13F, notice of motion regarding an events policy 2020-0312. VP External to motivate.
Okay, so this is coming back to council from a postponement from a while ago. Like early October, late September. This was worked on by an ad hoc committee of the board of directors. It was then brought to council, brought back to the board of directors to be synchronized with another partial events policy. So basically the operations department wanted some clarity on the division of roles and responsibilities between executives and the permanent staff when it came to throwing events, limitations around resource provision. You can see things in this policy like budget contingencies and stuff like that. But it still includes acknowledgement of certain problematic tendencies in events culture, such as the VIP culture, where like members of the Student Society Programming Network were getting like bottle service years back, and it led to some unsavory situations. So the mover, seconder, and as well as the VP internal who worked on this group are satisfied with the synchronization that's happened.
Thank you very much, VP External. We'll now go into question period. Oh, sorry. Yeah, my apologies. Yeah, question period and debate will occur at the next meeting on March 12th. Moving on to item 13G, motion to nominate Councillor X to the Sustainability Committee. All individuals wishing to nominate themselves for the seat on the Sustainability, can you? All right, we have a motion to nominate Councillor Ramey. Given that you are the only individual wishing to nominate, we will not require a 2-minute motivation speech. Instead, we will just do, unless you would appreciate, okay. So we're going to be entering just a placard vote with a simple majority indicating him being in favor, you being in favor of his acquiring a seat on the Sustainability Committee. VP External?
As a request for information, is it in fact the Environment Committee or the Sustainability Committee? Question mark.
Sustainability Committee.
Oh, okay.
All right. All those in favor of nominating Councillor Michael Ramey to the Sustainability Committee? All those opposed? Noting 22 in favor and 1 opposed, Councillor Michael Ramey is hereby on the Sustainability Committee. Oh, Sustainability. Moving on, we have moving on, we will be going on to item 13H, motion regarding nomination to the Society Board of Directors. As per usual, actually, before we begin that, we have reached the time of our second recess. So as such, legislative will be called to recess at 22:04 and we will resume at 22:14. Councillors, please take your seats. All right. We will return to Legislative Council from the recess at 22:14. Yeah, at 22:14. Before we entertain item 13H, we have an announcement from our communications department.
Hello. I know this announcement has been made before, but apparently some people in this room are still streaming and are streaming the live stream and are streaming sports, and it's really affecting the live stream. So if you want your constituents to see the council, then you should probably stop streaming. And it's very hard for me to also keep reconnecting and disconnecting, so please be respectful.
Thank you very much. We will now move forward with item 13H, motion regarding nomination to the Society's Board of Directors. As in line with nominations we've done prior, everyone, first off, we are going to take a tally of who we are going to survey to see who's interested. If there are multiple, actually, no, for all cases in which there is of interest, we will require each of them to do a speech of motivation lasting no more than 2 minutes at length. So at this time, all councillors wishing to be considered for a seat on the Board of Directors, please raise your placards. Oh, VP External.
Just not as a motivation, because obviously the motivation is that there's a vacancy on council, but just for some background information, committees that are now missing, that have been temporarily filled are GSVP committee and HR committee. So these would be potentially the ones that you would be involving yourself in, just so you know you'll be much more on the human resources considerations if you join the board of directors rather than the legal or financial stuff. And what?
Health and dental review.
And the health and dental review committee, so some small amount of finance.
Thank you very much, VP External. SMU President.
Yeah, I'm just going to motivate quite quickly on the requirements. So, you must be 18 years of age. You must be a citizen or permanent resident of Canada. Sorry, if you're an international student, you are unable to be on our board of directors at this time. You must not have declared bankruptcy or be in bankrupt status. You must have not been declared incapable by a court in Canada or another country. And you may not have had a criminal record. Provided that you fulfill all of these requirements, we would invite you to put yourself up to be part of our board of directors. Thank you.
Thank you very much, SMU President. As such, all individuals... Yes, we'll entertain that. As such, all individuals... First off, we'll do all individuals nominating themselves. So all individuals at this time. We'll note Councillor Mackey and Councillor Duckett. Councillor Fucky.
Thank you. I'd like to nominate the man, the myth, the legend, Senator Lametti.
Senator Lametti, would you like to accept this nomination? All right. As such, we will now move into speeches of nomination. We'll just go clockwise from the room. As such, they will last no more than 2 minutes in length. And at the end, we will do a vote in which I will indicate the method of voting when we reach that point. Councillor Mackey, you may begin.
Okay, so hello. I have a really good understanding that the board is mostly operational, for the board meetings at least. And even though the focus of the committees would not be financial or legal, I do sit on the finance committee, so I have that background. And also, as a law student, I can give legal information, but not legal advice. I also have taken courses on business associations, so I know a lot about directors and their duties. I would also like to say that I've had a lot of experience this year on the LSA executive making operational decisions that have not been easy. And lastly, I would also like to say, just kind of as an aside, that currently on the board of directors, even though it's not supposed to be a representative body, there aren't that many females with voting power. So I think that we should encourage to have females in position of power.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mackey. Moving on, Councillor Duckett.
Good evening, everyone. This is actually my first time here as an official counselor, but I'd love to be a representative for the board of directors. I have experience on boards of directors. I currently sit on one for a Toronto charity. It's a young choir charity for underprivileged children in the west end of Toronto. I have experience on being on a board of directors. I also have a very light course load this semester as I'm graduating, and all I have left is my recital to give pretty much. So I'd love to be able to give time to SSMU a little bit more. I meet all the criteria, have not yet declared bankruptcy, not my plan anytime soon either. And I promise to represent the will of the Legislative Council and the Board of Directors and not...
Councillor Marcoux at 2220. Senator Lametti, your time to motivate.
So hi everyone, I'm Andre Lametti, the Senator for Medicine. I have served on Legislative Council for the past 3 years. I've served on the SSMU Center for the past 2 years. Within those roles, I also served on the Executive and General Council of my student society, the Medical Student Society. I have previously served on the board of the Association of McGill University Support Employees, which is a union at McGill. I've also served on the board of the Maud Abbott Medical Museum here at McGill. So those are 2 boards that are part of the McGill ecosystem, so I'm aware of that. I also did a review of our governance documents, the MSS, which made me very familiar with the main rules governing SSMU's corporate existence, so the Corporations Act, the law on the accreditation and financing of student corporations, and the memorandum with the university. Finalement, je suis un étudiant québécois, francophone de souche, totalement bilingue. C'est un atout important. Je pense qu'il manque beaucoup de ces étudiants-là sur le CA en ce moment. Donc, je pense que je serai une bonne addition pour ces raisons-là. Merci.
All right, as such, hearing all the motivation speeches, we will now vote for the Board of Directors, for the nomination of the member of the Board of Directors. If there is no if there is no indication, desire to do so otherwise, we will vote through public placard vote. As VP External.
I'd like to request a vote by secret ballot.
That's very much in order. Can we have a second? All right, all those in favor? The motion has been adopted. Can someone motion for like another 2-minute recess? Pardon? We just had one? Oh, okay, Senator Lametti.
I'd like to vote by preferential secret ballot.
I will figure out how I can transfer that to Google Forms. In either way, can we have like a 5-minute, now I need to figure out that. Can we have a 5-minute recess? Thank you, VP Student Life. Can I have a second? Thank you, VP Finance. All those in favor? The motion has been approved. Thank you. Recess begins at 22:23. Legislative Council at 22:30. Okay, in line with the ranked ballot system. So Google Forms has no easy way to do it. As such, I'm going to explain to you how this will go down. Okay. So basically, as you can see in your voting directions form, we have 2 forms that you will have to fill out. Part 2 is closed right now. Part 1 will be open very shortly. Basically, what will occur in part 1 is you will have all 3 options. It will be multiple choice. As such, you will be allowed to select one. With the results of that, I will eliminate the one with the least amount of votes, and then we will create part 2 of that, which will bring the 2 remaining ones head to head, and then in which winner is determined. As such, we will now begin voting for the Board of Directors nomination, part 1. Member of the gallery.
If someone gets like a majority in the first of the 2 polls, is that just gonna automatically go, or we're gonna do the second poll anyway?
Yep. Yeah.
So it's like the French system of choosing the president.
No.
No, because you wouldn't. I guess you could change your mind. Both of us voted on the same last. You know you're an art student when.
Okay.
No, he's breaking it. Dot dot dot.
No, I'm bringing the vote.
Huh? Bringing the vote. What are you voting? Bringing it. Yeah, that's true. The whole system. You can.
I also voted on his laptop.
We're gonna eliminate one person.
Yeah, you pick one of the
Did Senator Garneau vote? Okay. It's now or never? What? No, we can't see that.
Well, no, I thought he was resigning his Senate.
How many seconds we have left on this vote? Will there be
Live
motion
stream.
to make 3 speeches in
I can't do it on the live stream.
Would you my first time officially being coached? Yes. First person in years from the music faculty that has moved in
We'll announce the closure of voting. The results are as follow. 52% in favor of Senator Lametti. As such, Senator Lametti has won, and there will be no part 2. Congratulations, Senator Lametti. As such, we will vote in favor of the nomination of Senator Lametti to the Board of Directors, which is item 13H. All side conversations, counselors. All those in favor of nominating Senator Lametti to the Board of Directors, please raise your placards. All those opposed? All those abstaining? Noting 22 in favor and 1 abstaining, the motion is carried. SSMU President.
Point of order. I just saw like a problem with the resolution clause. If you could go back. The subject to ratification and the electronic referendum ballot. Per the Constitution, the Board of Directors can appoint anyone without the need to send them to referendum, so that section doesn't need to be included within the resolution itself.
Oh my God. We have a motion to reconsider. Can we have a second? Noting VP Finance. All right, Senator Lametti, would you like to motivate?
as mentioned by the president, there are some things that have to be fixed in the motion that we just passed. So the procedural way to do this is to reconsider it, make the amendment, and then re-adopt the motion.
All right, this is not debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? All those abstaining? Noting 22 in favor and 1 opposed, the motion is carried. We will now move back. SMU President.
I move to strike everything after November 15th, 2020.
That is very much. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, we'll recognize the seconder from Councillor Ramey. SMU President, would you like to motivate?
I move to adopt this by unanimous consent.
All right, we have a motion to adopt by unanimous consent. Can we have a second for this? We'll recognize Councillor Gervie. All those in favor? All right, the motion has been passed and it's been approved by unanimous consent. All right, congratulations, Senator Lametti, once again. Oh yeah, sorry. SMU President.
I move that we adopt this motion by unanimous consent.
Yep. All right, all those in favor of passing it by unanimous consent?
Point of order. You just need to ask if there's no opposition.
Yeah,
and-
you're right.
Thanks.
Is there any opposition? Seeing none, this motion is unanimously adopted. Moving on, we are moving on to item 13I, motion to endorse the student strike for climate justice 2020-02-27, PB external to motivate.
Yeah, apologies on the lateness of the motion. This was submitted to me today by organizers from Climate Justice Action McGill. They are organizing, as I mentioned twice already, for a series of strikes in various faculties the week of April 1st, and would like to leverage our communications platform to send out a reminder to the student body to attend various general assemblies, etc. So this motion is pretty much in line with our climate justice policy, which already mandates us to support the group. It's just for this specific case to authorize communication to the student body as a whole, which you'll notice that there's no date determined for the actual release. This will be strategically determined by Climate Justice Action McGill, but will probably be the week after March break.
Thank you very much. We will now move into question period. All those wishing to entertain questions, Councillor Mackey.
Just a point of parliamentary inquiry. Is this on the drive? Like, can we get it in front of us if it's not?
Our parliamentarian will do that. Are there any further questions at this time? SMU President.
I move to lay this motion on the table until, just lay it on the table. Never mind. I retract my
okay,
motion.
thank you. All right. It is now in the folder, councillors. Are there any further questions at this time? Seeing none, we will move to debate. All those wishing to intervene on debate? Councillor Duckett? Yes. Councillor Chase?
Point of parliamentary inquiry. Did we have question
There were no further questions. VP External.
I'd like to motion to suspend the rules to return to question period. It was brought up that some people haven't had a chance to read the motion yet, and it seems as though there are questions.
All right, we have a motion to suspend the rules. Can we have a second? We'll recognize Councillor Chase. We require, would you like to motivate again?
It seems as though there are questions, and due to the lateness of the submission of the motion, it's reasonable that people would have needed a chance to look it over before skipping over question period.
All right, thank you very much. We require a three-quarter voting. All those in favor of suspending the rules? Three-quarter majority has been three-quarter majority has been reached. As such, we will return to question period. All individuals with questions, please raise your placards. Councillor Fucky?
Yeah, sorry, can we have some more time for other councillors to read it?
Councillor Ramey. Councillor Ramey.
Would this this is just an endorsement, correct? This is not like really like planning situation, because I believe that's all coming through like AUS and SUS, like faculty level.
VP
Correct me if I'm
External.
wrong, please.
Yeah, so it's just an endorsement. We don't have the capacity as a university-wide association to coordinate strikes. There's a legitimacy that is required through a deliberative assembly like a general assembly. As I mentioned during announcements, CJAM is moving through faculty associations, as you mentioned, to set those general assemblies up so students can individually be informed within their specific student populations. But yeah, it's just an endorsement. It's a way for us to use our communication platform to benefit the mobilizers.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions at this time? SMU President.
Thank you. So I remember for the September climate strike, CGM and others released a list of demands from both government and McGill as an institution. I was wondering if you could elaborate further on what the set of demands will be for the set of student strikes.
No, I can't because I don't have it in front of me. It should be either on their Facebook page, but the what's in the motion for approval is to demand governmental and institutional action in line with the IPCC report's recommendations to limit warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. So I may be allowed to speculate that'll probably involve divestment and gaz à effet de serre reductions at the government level.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ramey.
Can I read from the papers? Is that what you call it? I have it in front of me. The list of demands pursuant to his question.
Can we have a second? All right, we'll recognize Councillor Freed. Would you like to motivate?
I have it right here in front of me, and I believe I can just send a screenshot to you after I'm done reading the papers, and that's all record and stuff.
All right, all those in favor of allowing Councillor Ramey to read from the papers? Noting a clear majority, the motion is approved.
So this is from one of the organizers in CJM that had shared this with our MES group. So we demand that McGill releases a public statement recognizing the grave social injury caused by the fossil fuel industry. Cynthia Price-Verreau resigns from the committee to advise on matters of social responsibility as a consequence of her ties to the fossil fuel industry. McGill divests from the top 200 fossil fuel companies by reserve. McGill ceases fossil fuel research. McGill withdraws support from the Mauna Kea project. And then the detailed demands are in a Google Docs below, but that's where I would like to end my reading from the papers.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ramey. Are there Senator Lametti?
Given that this is largely consistent with past positions, with the policies of SMU and so forth, is it really necessary to bring motions to put out such statements? I'm just wondering because it increases the procedural weight of these meetings, brings late motions. Instead, could this just be done on the basis of the policies we adopted already?
VP External.
Insofar as that regards a matter of precedent, I would just point to sort of mixed precedent when it comes to releasing communications. Sometimes it's passed by Ledge Council, sometimes it's not. I'm not going to question if they want to bring a motion to Legislative Council. I would assume that there's a reason, and perhaps that reason is to inform all of the councillors from various constituencies. So if they haven't yet brought it back to their constituencies that there is such a strike happening, that they'll have an opportunity to be informed here in a more detailed way. But again, that's a speculation.
Thank you very much. Councillor Chase.
First, I wanted to ask why this motion is being brought as a late motion, and it wasn't either submitted on time or submitted earlier and or submitted for the next meeting. And the second question I had was why there's no statement attached to go with this motion.
VP External.
This was brought as a late motion because it was given to me today. I would assume that's because people do unpaid labor when they do organizing work, and they haven't set time aside in the way that counselors have, possibly because they all work full-time jobs. Why there's no statement attached, this is what was submitted to me. I would assume, again, that people have not been able to set time aside yet. People are in midterms, etc., to be able to write a statement, but the content of the statement is outlined in the motion.
Thank you very much, VP External. Given that question period is about to be exhausted in 4 seconds, can we have a motion to extend? VP External.
I'd like to put forward a motion for a 5-minute extension.
We have a motion for a 5-minute extension. Can we have a second? We'll recognize the seconder as Councillor Ramey. All those in favor? The motion fails.
Point of parliamentary, or point of order. I don't know what this would be. Mais j'ai inclus le photo des demandes en français pour les francophones dans la salle. C'est tout envoyé à Speaker. Cool. Et c'est aussi sur Facebook, sur l'événement.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ramey. As question period has been exhausted, we will now move forward with debate. All those wishing to intervene on debate. Senator Lametti.
Thanks. So I'm going to vote against this motion just because I think it's bad practice to bring late motions. I'd much rather we not set the precedent of bringing uncritically reviewed late motions to do things that we should already be doing as part of our mandate, and that executives should be free to do according to the policies that were already adopted by Ledge Council. So I think it's better to not approve this motion and say if groups want to support and it's consistent with SMU's mission, then executives should have the latitude to do that.
Thank you very much, Senator Lametti. VP University Affairs.
While I agree that it's not necessary for council motions to be able to pass things, I think that there are certain times in which voting out of principle, a precedent is not. It would be better to vote in favor of the idea than to vote out of favor of principle. I also just want to make a comment, and you can rule this out of order if you want, that like when we talk about late motions and late motions in general, I don't think anyone brings them with a desire to be rude. There are a lot of reasons which a motion might be late, one of which might be that a lot of us are over fucking worked and it just takes a lot of time to bring motions forward. We're not trying to do it to make your lives harder. We're not trying to do it to make it as, we're not trying to seem as a disservice. I realize that it's rude, but like there are a lot of reasons why it might happen. An organizer might send it to you the day of. Like, please take that into consideration when you talk about late motions if they're the devil, because they're not. Thank you.
VP University Affairs, given that intervention was not on the main motion, it will be ruled out of order and it will be struck from the minutes. VP External.
Sure. I look forward to seeing a detailed communications policy where best practices for communications are outlined. In the meantime, our precedent doesn't really say anything. As a separate point, if the organizers of Climate Justice Action Miguel felt it necessary to bring this to council, I have no reason to disagree with them. Part of that might be to grant additional legitimacy. So we have a lot of students who say, why are things being sent out when, you know, that doesn't speak for the student body, it's just executives trying to further their own personal political positions. Like, that's a criticism we get a lot. So passing things by council is an additional way to grant legitimacy to that. But again, these are principles that could be best exemplified in a communications policy.
Thank you very much, VP External. Councillor Mackey.
Was there any consideration to maybe have the statement be written and then have us vote by electronic motion instead? Just because I feel a little uncomfortable with us signing on to something that we don't necessarily like see in front of us, and we just see the principles of it.
I will just step in. This is going to be there is going to be a vote done electronically. I've inserted it in the voting form. Yep. VP External.
To clarify, I believe that Councillor Mackey meant an electronic vote circulated by email in order to view the content. Again, I think this goes back to a precedent about the degree of oversight the council should have over this. This acts as a dual motion, one to authorize a communication, but also just to vote in principle to endorse the student strike. I think this is a longer conversation we need to have about whether council should be, it should be necessary for council to see the content or not. I'm personally opinion that they don't necessarily need to, especially because CJAM is going to be writing the communication themselves, but that's my opinion.
Thank you very much, VP External. Councillor Ramey.
Motion to call the question.
That we have a motion to call the question. May we have a second? We'll recognize Councillor Freed. This is not debatable. All those in favor of calling the question? All right, the question has been called. The question is on the the motion to endorse the student strike for climate justice. Let me get it. The voting form will be on in a moment. It's on? Okay, never mind. We'll announce the closure of voting in 15 seconds. Voting is now closed. The voting results are as follows. 16 in favor, 3 opposed, and 2 abstaining. The motion is approved. Moving on, we have reports by committees. We have the report by the Executive Committee. SSMU President.
I move to take item 13E from the table.
That is very much in order. Can we have a second? All those in favor? The item has been taken from the table. SSMU President.
I believe the last motion that we were debating on was whether to postpone this to next meeting. I don't know if that sticks with the motion once we, take it away and put it back on the table. If the speaker could clarify.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so that means we're currently in debate about whether to postpone the motion. Okay. Okay, so I thought about this further. If it's up to Legislative Council ultimately, if we wish to discuss this now or our next Legislative Council, to go over some of the different risks that are involved if we do postpone it. The idea was to have this be the final set of substantive changes to be added onto our constitutional amendments. These amendments would then get sent to the board for their approval and then to legal counsel for their final review in time for our next legislative council meeting. Ultimately, if we decide to move forward with discussion and debate and passing of these, if there were any substantive issues, they could be remedied or sent back at the board of directors level for a review once again. So upon further reflection, I'm not necessarily opposed to debating this now and taking the time to do so. It's just a preference for legislative council as a whole, whether we want to take the time to do this now with or without the help of the governing documents researcher to help us along with the process. Thank you.
VP External.
Was an effort made to contact the governing documents researcher, and if so, what's the status of that request?
Yes, there was, and he is currently busy. Councillor Chan.
Motion to postpone this motion to the next SSMU Legislative Council.
I believe that was a motion or, pardon? Yeah, we are currently in that.
All right, well then I didn't say anything. May that be struck from the minutes.
Thank you very much, Councillor Chan. Councillor Freed. We have a motion to call the question. Are you talking about the 5 minutes?
Yes.
5 minutes is carried. Okay, so we have an order to. Okay, please lower your placards until we reach that. Yep. So we have a motion to. Call the question. This is not debatable. Can we have a second? We'll recognize Councillor Wu. Would you like to further? Sorry, for the record. Would you like to motivate further? All right. All those in favor of calling the question, please. And then we'll go into the vote. Noting a clear two-thirds majority, we will now enter voting on the motion to postpone. So, all those in favor of voting to postpone until the March 12th meeting of the report of the CGRC, please raise your placards now. A clear majority has been called. As such, it will now be postponed until the March 12th meeting. Moving on, we have. Councillor Fucky.
Just to be clear about what just happened, we'll be voting on that report on March 12th. Isn't the deadline for referendum questions on March 12th?
That's just fees.
Would that include the new constitution?
That's all? Okay.
And
Yes, it would.
Wouldn't that have to be? Wouldn't the changes have to be approved by the board as well? So I don't think. I'd like to object the consideration of the question.
All right, we have an objection to the consideration of the question. SSMU President.
This is the wrong time to object to the consideration. Therefore, I ask that the speaker strike this motion.
Yeah, he's right. It's struck. Regardless of the timing of the Board of Directors meeting and the Legislative Council meeting, nothing can be absolved at this current state.
Can I motion to reconsider like we reconsidered the previous motion? Okay.
Yep.
I'd like to do that.
Okay, so we have a motion to reconsider. Can we have a second? Senator Lametti.
Motion to reconsider can only be moved by someone who voted for the outcome in the original vote, and since Councillor Faki did not, he cannot move to reconsider.
That's very much in order. Can we have is there a motion to reconsider from someone who falls within that? Councillor Freed? All right, we have a motion to consider the we have a motion to reconsider the question posited by Councillor Freed. Can we have a second? Councillor Chase. All those in favor? Not debatable. Pardon? Would you like to motivate?
Sorry, point of order.
Oh. Yeah, no, it's a motivation. I get that, but the word.
Okay. It would appear there are certain factors I was unaware of when I put forth the original call to the question, and I would like to reevaluate it before going forward with resolving this matter. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. This motion is not debatable. All those in favor of reconsideration of the question, please raise your placards now. Oh. We will conduct the voting again. Please raise your placards at the beginning of voting. All those in favor of reconsidering the question, please raise your placards high and keep them raised. The motion to reconsider has been approved. Mr. President.
I believe a motion to reconsider requires 2/3 majority. Was that met?
Councillor Morley.
I am currently on Robert's Rules for Dummies because I was curious, and it requires a majority vote.
I retract my point of order.
Thank you for your service, Councillor Morley. As such, the question has been reconsidered. We will now return to the motion of we will now return to the question of postponement. Councillor Fucky?
Are we in debate?
Yes.
Okay. I personally read the report, and I've spoken to the government documents researcher, and I can't say the exact words he said because I don't remember them exactly, but he said this is a report from a committee. It's not meant to be amended and adjusted by council, as they will. They do have the authority, but it's not like proper procedure. I have read the report as well. It does not seem as contentious as previous reports. It seems simply like simple changes. And if we do postpone this, it might have to wait until the next semester, and that might just like delay everything a lot more, because I think the main goal of this was to present a new constitution for the entire student body to vote on, and if we only approved parts of it and are leaving some parts for the next semester, then we cannot do that this semester.
Just going to speak on, it's the opinion of the dais that allowing this to be debated on would be impolite to the time of the to the governing documents review researcher for his work, and it would just be generally be seen as a sign of disrespect. However, I will let the will of council determine. VP External.
Yes, this is just to point out that before this year, we didn't have a governance manager and we didn't have a governing documents researcher. I think that counselors who spend most of their time skating around governance stuff have the ability to properly assess a governance report and debate on it and approve it or not. So I don't know why we're really waiting for the governing documents researcher to come present it and field questions. A lot of the stuff is okay, it's not accessible, but it's accessible to the people who are around this table, more or less.
Councillor Foggy?
Okay, yeah, I do understand the need. The governing documents researcher should be here to present the report and motivate. But as mentioned before, I don't think this will have a lot of debate from my point of view. If it does, then maybe we will postpone once we begin that debate until the next meeting. But currently, I don't, like, just reading it, it's not that many big changes that are being made in that report.
Councillor Chan.
I'm a little confused because on the one hand, we retracted this because we need to get it to referendum. At least my interpretation was we have to get it to referendum in time, or else we're gonna have to delay it till next semester. And then on the other hand, we're saying it's just a piece of paper, it's just a report, and it doesn't really matter. So I'm wondering if you could just sort of clarify, because I think I don't understand what's going on, and maybe I speak for other councillors as well.
SMU President.
So essentially what we're trying to figure out right now is whether we should debate the changes suggested by the Comprehensive Governance Review Committee. Some people are of the opinion that we should postpone it as to allow the governing documents researcher time to present it in person and answer questions and guide us through the process. Other people are of the mind that we should just debate it now because the report speaks for itself and the recommendations and the rationale behind it are clearly written in the report. That generally summarizes what's going on right now. In terms of legal steps moving forward, in the case that this were to be passed today, that would honestly simplify the process for being able to send this to legal counsel after a board of directors has approved it. But if we were to postpone it after, the way I would structure it is I would send everything that's been passed already by legislative council to our legal counsel, and then after this particular meeting, send it to legal counsel for review within the 5 days before the actual referendum.
Thank you very much, SMU President. Councillor Remy.
It's of my opinion that we've it's of my understanding rather that we've kind of put ourselves in an impasse because the governing documents researcher is not here to present the findings in a timely manner, because we do have the dates of the referendum and the package of constitutional reform that we want to pass. So I think we're kind of at an impasse where we should kind of just call the question and then just have it happen, because I don't really see any way out of this unless we can get the governing documents researcher in the room right now.
Senator Lametti.
So two things. First of all, relative to the engineering councilor's comments that this is not contentious, I disagree. There is a change to the society's preamble, which should always be contentious because it defines the mission of the society. And second of all, there are some fundamental changes to the structure of the J board, renaming, changing its mission. And in the past years, the J board has played a significant role in the society's functioning. So these are not minor changes. So I think there is something to be said there. The other thing is that most of the changes that were proposed form the body of the work of the committee. And I don't know, maybe those changes could go to referendum. And these are minor things that could be passed at a later date, even in a different semester. They're not absolutely essential to the cohesiveness of the report. So I think it would not necessarily be a bad idea to postpone this.
Thank you very much. VP External.
In case this perhaps illuminates some of this conversation, I got a message from Hussein saying, in a group chat to myself and the SMU president, the governing documents researcher said, it's fine if Adam feels comfortable speaking to the report, and I feel comfortable speaking to the report. So that's the opinion of the governing documents researcher.
All right, is there any further debate at this time? Seeing none, we will move to a vote to postpone until the March 12th meeting. All those in favor? The motion is passed. It will thus be postponed until the March 12th meeting. Moving on, we have the reports, number 14, reports by committees. We first have 14A, reports of the Executive Committee.
Thank you. First of all, thanks to the governance manager for helping me draft this, as she does every other week for me. Again, I will keep with precedent in assuming that everybody has had a chance to read it, and we'll leave it open to questions that I would be able to answer if anyone has any. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions on the report of the executive committee? Seeing none, we will move on to 14B. Given that I had received an email from the Indigenous Affairs Commissioner regarding his inavailability to attend tonight, can we have a proper motion to defer the report of the Indigenous Affairs Committee? Okay, VP University Affairs motions to March 12th. Motions to postpone until March 12th. Can we maybe have a second? I'll take Councillor Spady to second. All those in favor of postponement? The motion to postpone has been approved. Moving on, we are on 14C, the Building and Operations Management Committee report.
Thank you. As you may have noticed, I don't have a physical report to present. I'm giving a verbal report. The committee has not met this semester due to the closure of the University Center and due to a lack of substantive business at this time. However, I would still like for the committee to meet at least once this semester to ensure it still has the institutional memory for next year when we have the building and 35001 Peel on board. Any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Are there any questions at this time? Councillor Fucky?
Would this committee be deciding how clubs and services and student groups move back to the University Center?
SMU President.
At the current time, the Vice President, Student Life, is in charge of that process, doing it in consultation with club services, ISGs, and other tenants in the University Center. If you want a more fulsome explanation, I would ask the VP of Student Life during his report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, SMU President. Are there any further questions at this time? Seeing none, we will move on to number 15, reports by councillors. We will begin with 15A, report from Councillor Gervie of Management.
Thank you, Ms. Speaker. So just a brief report for all of you today. So number one, the new board of directors for the MUS has been elected. They were elected a few weeks ago. And number two, that said board of directors, their first mandate was to conduct executive interviews. Those have actually just been finished. They finished this week. The new executives have all been chosen by the board, and they are about to be informed in the next few days. Send out the acceptance, rejection emails, etc. Point number three, the construction of the Bronfman building. I don't know if you guys have noticed, Quesada doesn't exist anymore. Neither does Bento, unfortunately. It's because the Bensadoun School of Retail Management is being built. That construction is just being finished right now. It'll be finished soon. Dave's store, which is in the basement of Bronfman, it's like the same thing as Snacks, except in Bronfman. It has new merchandise featuring Sour Patch Kids. That's a new one. The case competition team that we sent to Copenhagen for the CBS Copenhagen Business School International Case Competition ended up winning second place, so that's really cool. It's an international case competition that we did well at, so represent McGill, yeah. The winter involvement package, it was actually delayed by a week. It was originally planned to go out the end of reading week, but now it's going to go out the week after, so 14th, 15th. Positions are open to McGill students. And then the executive and board integration, in terms of governance reform, that's going to play a bigger role this year. Prefer for the executives and board to meet at the same time, just so everyone knows what's going on. So that's my report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gervie. Are there any questions on the report? Councillor Duckett.
I don't actually have a question, but I just wish to extend a congratulations on being elected to the president of MUS for the next academic school year.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions? VP External.
Yeah, just wondering what a winter involvement package is.
Yeah, so thanks. Sorry. So the MUS does its involvement, like its HR policies. If you want to be involved in the under the MUS portfolio, all the applications kind of go out through one involvement package. So that involvement package is like a big document that gives information about each position. So like the MUS is organized into different portfolios. So these being like internal, finance, development, and outreach. So it's kind of a way to make sure that everyone knows what's going on. So like that involvement package has all the information, so everyone's kind of on the same playing field for involvement. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Councillor Garvey. Are there any further questions on the report? Seeing none, we will move on to item 15B, report of Councillor Wu of Science.
Thank you, Speaker. Hi, everyone. So here are some updates. SUS held a General Assembly on the 5th of February. We didn't hit quorum, so we decided to hold another General Assembly that is going to be on March 11th in Trottier. And we have tried harder to publicize it in hopes of recruiting more science students to attend this event. SUS also had a General Council the 19th, and we have 2 more following after like the next few months. We are also appointing a new SMU rep because of the resignation, and we are still currently deciding. They will be ratified at our General Assembly on the 11th. SUS elections are coming up, like they're basically in the midst. Election nomination period was extended until tomorrow. Campaigning begins on Saturday and will extend until the 11th, and then polling, and then we have our new SUS. SUS Charity Week is going to be the 16th to the 20th this semester, and we have chosen Nouveau Sentier, new pathways, for that as like a foundation that helps support Indigenous youth with like sports activities and leadership activities. After hours is our like hangout thing that science has going on at Majesté. We're working with departments and SUS committees, as well as working with Charity Week to help raise funds. Grad Ball, working with SUS, I think it's sold out at this point. The SUS Awards Night is also coming up. We're going to be deciding the awards soon. An interesting thing that happened is that we are working with ASUS/Basic, I don't know what you guys call yourselves, with the VP External of them to, like, I don't know how you guys, I don't know, sorry. We are working with them to help amend the SUS electoral bylaws to better clarify the campaign procedure to make a better informed decision, to give our constituents a better informed information in order for them to make a better decision when voting. This provides consistency between the online and offline campaign platforms, just so that even if you have a Facebook event, that's available also like beyond just your pen sketch when you're voting. Academia Week happened, the SUS Gala happened, and then on a personal, actually no, well, there's one more thing, sorry. I didn't include this because it wasn't like confirmed, but for SUS, we are holding a General Assembly for the Strike for Climate Justice on March 23rd, and it's going to be in Leacock 132 at 6 p.m. If you're in science, which I don't know, if you're in science, come. If not, still come support. Personal updates, I sit on the Student Society Planning Network. Faculty Olympics will be the week after Reading Week. I hope to see you there. I also sit on the SMU Daycare Board of Directors. The daycare director is settling very nicely, and we are working on a contract with PGSS to help figure out if we can merge together. And then I have office hours. Come visit me and say hi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wu. Are there any questions on the report? Councillor Ramey.
Are you aware of how well written this was?
That's out of order.
That was a question.
That's out of order, Councillor Ramey. Are there any further questions on the report? Seeing none, we will move on to 15C, report of Councillor Spady of Dentistry. SMU President. We'll note the temporary departure of SMU President at 2319. Councillor Ramey. We'll note the permanent departure of Councillor Ramey at 2319. Councillor Wu. We'll note the permanent departure of Councillor Wu at 2319.
Do we still have quorum if I leave after them, or we're at 20?
Our quorum is 18.
Awesome. I'm so sorry.
VP University Affairs.
Just real fast. Just so people know, I do have an intention to call an item for confidential session. So please do not lose quorum.
Councillor Spady.
Yeah. So mine's super short. DSS updates. The Commission on Dental Accreditation of Canada was supposed to do the accreditation visit 2 weeks ago. They postponed it for a later date, undetermined. Last month there was the Canadian Dental Student Conference in Vancouver. It was really cool. There was over 20 DSS member present. There's a new project, Dentists for Dental Care. It was launched by a dentist from Dalhousie University. So it seeks to integrate dental care into medical care. And of course, dental students in McGill were invited to join the campaign. In terms of fundraising events, this month we had the McGill Dentistry Outreach Winter event. Over 11,000 was raised for the community program, which is really cool. We also had in November the Outreach Benefit Concert. Over $3,000 was raised. In terms of personal, I met with Community Affairs Commissioner Claire Grenier to see if we can potentially have the dental students in McGill provide dental care to the homeless population in Milton Park. It's still a work in progress. I have yet to meet the faculty about it. And we also had the first Health and Dental Review Committee meeting in October. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions on the report? Seeing none, we will move to the 15D, the report of Councillor Duckett, music.
All right, first time on doing this, so it's exciting.
Councillor Duckett, did you submit an electronic
I did not
report?
submit an electronic report. Sorry, first time doing this. Also last time doing this, so don't expect a written report ever again. All right, so I already gave an update during the announcement period about my position change, how I'm now taking over this position permanently for the rest of the year. We are currently running elections. Nomination forms were due 22 minutes ago, and I can confidently say that we have a lot of open positions still, including our internal, external, and senator positions. So if you know people in music, we're probably going to be extending the nomination period. So please, please encourage them to run. So far, we have no one coming to SSMU next year. Musa has a bar every 2 weeks on Thursdays. However, it lines up with Legislative Council, so you can never come. For reasons that are not already obvious, we are undergoing constitutional revisions and changes to bring some of the positions into reign. That is all.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions on the report of Councillor Duckett? Seeing none, we'll move on to report of Councillor Dan DeMoody Arts, who is not here. Councillor Spady? We'll note the permanent departure of Councillor Spady at 23:23 p.m. Note, considering that Councillor Dan DeMoody is not present, can we have a formal motion to postpone until the March 12th meeting? We'll recognize Councillor Mackey. Can we have a motion to second? Recognize Councillor Bullhose. All those in favor? It has been postponed. Moving on, we have 16A. Councillor Franciscini?
Since all the execs gave reports on Tuesday or Monday at the GA, are they all giving them again? That sound like should I restart my? Sorry about that one, guys. Since all the execs gave their reports and updates on Monday at the GA, I'm not trying to sound like read it all. I'm wondering if they're gonna give them again.
Yes. All right. With that, we have report of the president, 16A. SSMU
Great.
president to present.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. I apologize for the delay in submitting this to Legislative Council. This week was a particularly hectic work week for me in terms of helping Elections SSMU manage their elections process, having a midterm this week, as well as other internal SSMU duties I was engaged with. Again, in the future, I will strive to provide these on time as soon as I can. Legislative Council, no new substantive business. General Assemblies, I apologize, it should say winter. We had our winter General Assembly last Monday, February 24th at New Riz Hall. There were a lot of people there relatively as compared to last time, partially due to the candidates debate that was held right afterwards. I would consider that a success. I thank all the candidates for turning out and putting themselves in front of the student body to be put under scrutiny for their ideas. the board of directors. There was a meeting on the 20th of February. All the motions passed at our previous legislative council were ratified at that point in time. Meal Board of Directors. I attended the Board of Governors retreat that happened this morning from 9 to 12. The topic was sustainability at McGill. We basically went over different sustainability related issues, including curricula changes, the decarbonization of the university, our carbon neutral by 2040 plan in terms of our operations, and other initiatives such as that. Feel free to ask me more questions if you're interested. I also attended a CAMSR meeting on February 18th. I am unable to go into more detail with that, but rest assured I am keeping up the strong advocacy at the institutional level with the help of people on the ground that helped occupy the James Admin building on the same day. So shout out to those folks who did that. We attended the McGill Senate meeting on February 19th. The VPUA can go into more detail about exactly what occurred there. University Center, like Vice President of Finance Howard said earlier, the project is delayed by a couple more months until June 2020, and we hope to have it open to the public by July. A few meetings. I had a reporter from Maclean's come to me to ask about the state of our deferred maintenance infrastructure at McGill, so that's a fun one. That piece should be published in time for the university rankings in the fall. I had meetings with various SMU executive candidates regarding various issues that they wanted to ask me for advice for. I provided it to everyone who came to ask. The principal and vice chancellor, I will end with that because I had a really interesting conversation with her. I met with the deputy provost, members of Ivest McGill, a researcher from Queen's University who's doing comparative research on the different major universities across Canada that are considering or have divested from fossil fuel investments for their endowment. Can I get like a 90-second extension?
Can we have a motion for a 90-second extension? We'll recognize Councillor Mackey. Second, we'll recognize Councillor Marcoux. All those in favor of a 90-second? The 90-second extension is granted.
Thank you. I'll make good use of this time. So I spent an hour and a half one-on-one with Suzanne Fortier herself. I spent quite a bit of time during that lobbying her directly about divestment. I won't get into details, but one thing that I am able to disclose is that she brought to me the petition about BDA, and specifically about its closure, and asking me exactly what was going on. And I essentially explained that art students are disappointed in the university's lack of response with regards to finding a alternative space for BDA. I pressed her on what are the other options on campus. She said essentially the space that the EUS uses for Blues Pub is the only other space on campus. But I pressed again and again, and she said she talked to the deputy provost about alternative options. So to the arts representatives, I suggest that whoever your liaison is on your executive side, be that your president or VP academic, contact the deputy provost directly to continue those lobbying efforts on that end, as they might prove to be fruitful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, SMU. Thank you very much, SMU President. Are there any questions on the report of the President? Councillor Chan.
I'm going to phrase this as a question, but I think we both know what this means. Were you aware that the Arts Undergraduate Society had the good fortune of meeting with Deputy Provost Fabrice Lebreau this week to discuss that very matter? And were you aware that he gave us the good news that he promises that the Arts Lounge will be open April 30th?
SMU President.
I mean that not condescendingly, of course. I mean that
For sure.
Question period.
I actually did not know that, and I really appreciate you letting the council know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any further questions? Councillor Chase.
Perhaps this question will be more inquisitory. In your meeting with Principal Fortier, were you able to secure more funding for athletics and recreation?
SMU President.
While I did bring up that topic with the principal as a whole, sort of devolved into more of a conversation about self-funded units and their utility and why the university does it in terms of, the core academic mission, with regards to ancillary aspects of the university, like housing, hospitality, athletics, so on and so forth. So in short, no, she did not promise that, unfortunately, but our advocacy continues at that level with regards to what I said at last Legislative Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Are there any further questions on the report? Seeing none, we will move on to 18B, Report of the Vice President, University Affairs.
Point of personal privilege.
Mr. President.
May I leave permanently?
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Can you count? I don't know if I'm counting wrong. We'll note the permanent departure of SMU President at 23:31. VP UA.
Hello. I will try to just talk about the things that were not already talked about at the GA. So we are working right now on, so the university has created a web form for students who have feedback about the university student assessment policy that can be found on the Native Students website. Please note, however, that a few student senators and I are also working on a student-led form, so both of those will be out shortly. Well, one's already out, the other will be out shortly. McGill Senate met on February 19th. Documents can be found there. Truly bonkers report on tenure track employment equity that just bad stats. Anyway, whatever. And then there was a question about the university student assessment policy, which is actually really interesting. Apparently, profs have no responsibility whatsoever to educate themselves on it. So, dope. With regards to the free menstrual hygiene products program, we are actually now concretely moving towards, and by we, I mean myself, the building director, and primarily menstrual hygiene products coordinator Claire Downey are working primarily towards the movement of baskets into dispensers. Right now, we targeted Leacock Education for the first of those, and that would be for women's gender neutral and men's washrooms. Other things, I guess just scrolling down a lot. The library's also added a new web page on their website about rental services, so you can rent a lot of things from the front desk of the library that people don't know about, including headphones, noise canceling headphones, happy lamps, etc. We're also working with someone, I think MSA adjacent or part of the MSA, I don't know, on pair-space options in McLennan. And then miscellaneous, I helped divest McGill with the admin building blockade, so I was there acting as a security liaison and administration liaison. Apparently also I'm on the CKUT board of directors now as their SME representative, so I went to a meeting and it was chill. I guess also more broadly to echo some of the things that Brian said, for context too, the principal does not view the university as a political entity, which is why these conversations about things that are ancillary to the academic mission, things that are financially minded or academically minded with political aspects are deemed out of order or not part of the conversation. So I'm trying to figure out the best advocacy strategy to push back on that, because obviously everything is political in the university, whether it's academic, financial, things like ancillary fees are not. Whatever, things that they fund aren't ancillary, they're integral to the academic mission. But that's a thing that the principal thinks. So things to know about your school. The principal does not think that there are political decisions to be made and that the university is not a political body. So, yeah.
Thank you very much, VP University Affairs. Are there any questions on the report of the VP University Affairs? Seeing none, we will move on to the report of the Vice President Internal. Are there any individuals wishing to present in her absence? VP Finance.
Sanchi's report is presented as written. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask the executives.
Are there any questions on the report of the VP Internal? Seeing none, 18D, a report of the Vice President Finance.
Hello, I'm going to be quick. The budget, it's going. We're doing things like cleaning contracts for the university, which is really riveting stuff, I'm sure you can imagine. Bank transition was done, announced that at the GA, so we did a bank transition. Now the services with RBC2, very cool. Nobody noticed, which is the ideal situation. We're also now figuring out how to pay people via EFT instead of checks, which is cool. 3501, projects on schedule. Fun oopsie. We built a ramp to a door. We didn't open the door. Turns out there was a step inside the door, which means we had to build another ramp. Fun. I have another site visit coming up soon with RBC. I have another site visit coming up soon with people. So can't be struck from the minutes. I have another site visit coming up soon. I'll take more pictures and put them in my next report. It's going to be very exciting to have 2 fully operating buildings next fall. Kind of sad that I'm not going to get to be there. Going to be a massive increase in free bookable space for clubs. Billy will tell you all about how difficult it is to find bookable space. Investment Policy and Finance Committee, it's going. It's also in Councillor Dandamoody's report. Clubs, same. Workshops coming online. Services, that was a lot of the GA report, so I won't go over that here. Ask me questions if you want to. Health Insurance Working Group, funding is funding. That's really cool. McGill has confirmed that they will be running a CFT for the International Health Plan next year, which is actually really, really neat. So keep an eye out for that. I won't be the Vice President of Finance anymore, but that's the time to advocate to McGill that international students get charged way too much for their health insurance. And then everything else is from the GA.
Thank you very much, VP Finance. Are there any questions on the report? Seeing none, we'll move on to item 18E, Vice President, the report of the Vice President Student Life.
Okay, clubs. The clubs and services coordinator is doing well, and she's settling into her position. Training's almost done. She's pretty much finished all of the Google Classrooms now, so they'll be sent out to the newly instated interim status clubs as a pilot, and then they'll be used going forward. Worked on a bunch of club stuff. Services. Service Summit happened 2 weeks ago and went well. WalkSafe has a new website, so check that out. I've been meeting with a lot of people about their office space in the university center. So we've been able to find space for them. Obviously, with the delay, they'll be staying where they are until May 31st. ISG, MOC is going to become a ISG eventually. They will have to incorporate. For mental health, I've been working with Keep Me Safe pretty closely. Mental health roundtable is coming up on March 11th. So let your mental health commissioners know. Eating Disorder Resource and Support Center, they became a service, yay. I've been working with Clay for this workshop that's oriented towards service executives to optimize teamwork and leadership. So I'm soliciting a couple of services if they want to pilot and try it out. Family care audits coming up, so that's pretty busy. And then, yeah, just random stuff.
Thank you very much, VP Student Life. Are there any questions on the report? Seeing none, we will move on to the report of the Vice President External.
So this was submitted in a file, but I believe there were just 2 versions of the Vice President of Finance's report uploaded. So I'd like to just let people read the report once it's uploaded.
VP External, did you send a digital report? All right, the report has now been moved into the files report. All right, VP External to present.
Sure. Okay, so I wasn't at the GA, so I will be a little bit more in depth than others. Apologies. Our provincial student assembly mandate, which had a floor of a certain number of student associations, is now in effect. There are various CEGEPs and universities who have signed on, and the meeting will be held next Monday at 6 p.m. at CEGEP du Valley Field. If anyone is interested in coming to learn more about inter-university student coordination. Again, this is not necessarily a federation, but is sort of a way to explore coordinated efforts to campaign on issues of climate and immigration. I had a call with the Fédération des Associations Étudiantes du Campus Université de Montréal about Bill 21 mobilization, which was very exciting because they're not a very quick-moving association. The Community Engagement Summit planning is going well. So there's a steering group tentatively set up. It looks like the whole thing will be coordinated by Student Services, which is really exciting. Lifelong Learning Working Group is progressing according to schedule. We have a research plan set up, and we'll be hiring a grad student to do research. Please submit to the Community Narratives Project. So this is just a way to showcase all like community engagement work that's been done around campus. If people have a story about something they learned by doing community engagement, then they can submit it to communitynarratives.ca. Participating in orientation planning group consultation sessions to talk about how fraud shooters do and sometimes don't respect the Milton Park community and what can be done in that respect. In terms of support for campaigns, food insecurity sentiment around campus is going to be formalized into a policy that nods to self-funded units and the inavailability of certain types of foods, notably comfort foods around campus. In terms of governance, the reformatting of the policy and plan book is going a little bit more slowly than expected, but I should be able to get something to you by late March. Yeah, campaigns going according to schedule. The most notable thing is an anti-racism campaign. There will be a demonstration on the 21st of March in Quebec City against Bill 21, so come out if you want to. There'll be buses to get there. Housing plan was approved. Thanks, everyone. There was a consultation session held on Monday from 5 to 8 p.m. to explore the relationship between Milton Park, the police, and the McGill population. That's why I wasn't at the GA. It was great. It was really fun. There was pizza. Kubrick is hosting Social Justice Days in March. You should check it out. It's really cool. It's a bunch of community orgs that do good advocacy work and can teach you something. What else? IRP implementation meetings are ongoing with equity commissioners. So like if your faculty is signed on to the IRP and people are like not really sure what's going on, we're trying to fix it. There was a lot of miscommunication that was kind of happening, which is annoying. Also, if you or someone you know ran on fixing the IRP, like try to meet with people and actually do work on the IRP before talking about how you're going to fix the IRP. Thanks. Bill 101 was extended, so businesses between 25 and 49 employees are now mandatory French first and actually have to communicate with their businesses only in French. The end.
Thank you very much, VP External. Are there any questions on the report? Seeing none, we will move on to item 17, VP University Affairs.
I'd like to move to suspend the rules, to suspend the rules to add an item for confidential business. Should I say the item or wait?
No, you're going to wait.
Thank you.
Yep. Can we have a second for this? We'll recognize VP Finance. All those in favor? We need a 3/4. The suspension of the rules is granted. As such, we will now enter confidential period. As such, all members of the galleries must leave the room.